on to what we've already given up. It's like we're pacing around the obvious. Separate lives, different stories, 2 out of 4 of us are all fed up. Well, you and I play with fire, but don't say nothing, or we're both busted. We'll get what's coming after you. No, don't say nothing, or bon voyage to rendezvous. Trade fights for better views. We both need something new. Maybe we should just tell them. Shit, I think I hear somebody. So long to rendezvous. So long to. So long to. So long to. We've known each other longer. Yeah, I think that should matter. Yeah, we might have took it too far, but we feel the same way. It's like a perfect mistake. So don't say nothing, or we're both busted. We'll get what's coming after you. No, don't say nothing, or bon voyage to rendezvous. Trade fights for better views. We both need something new. Maybe we should just tell them. Shit, I think I hear somebody. So long to rendezvous. So long to. So long to. Heart beats faster when you're around. I can't hide it when we're loving this loud. Heart beats faster when you're around. I can't hide it. They've gotta know. Maybe we should just tell them. Bon voyage to rendezvous. Trade fights for better views. We both need something new. Maybe we should just tell them. Shit, I think I hear somebody. So long to rendezvous. So long to.
Hello. How are we all doing? Hello, hello. Welcome. How late is Saf going to be? I'm not late. I started the stream 4 minutes early. I'll have you know. I've upgraded the stream. Fiction has hooked me up with a stream deck so I can press buttons now and we all change different views without me having to fiddle with it. It's amazing. What do you want, Cat? How's the music level? Is it a bit loud? Still trying to get the right volume levels here. I already had a Go XLR, but I've got a stream deck now. So I can push buttons to change things. So like if I want to just quickly change between oh, where is it now? Display. I can push a button to just basically change the scene and then change it back. It's really good. I'll drop it a bit more there. There we go. You got it right, Karam. Gandalf in it. Just brought you in the cat here, one sec. The cat has attributed me sitting down with I'm going to get some treats, which is really bad behavior, but what can one do? How was your weekend, guys? Did you pull anything? Did you not pull shards? What did you get? Is it a bit fuzzy? It shouldn't be. Am I able to block or limit the trolls? I've had to leave it permanently in subscriber only mode. If I take it out of subscriber only mode, I fear we're going to get slammed with more spam chatters. So that seems to be the name of the game. What's the kitten's name? The cat's name is Tinks. It was, when I got her from the shelter, she was called Tinky, but it sounded a little bit too much like a Teletubby, so I changed it a little bit. She's also known as Terror, Monkey, Monster, Demon. There you go, no more. Beast, that's it. That's your load. Off you go. I know I'm a professional streamer now, right? Don't leak any more information. I've got little button things that I can change things. I can push it live. I can go AFK. Now, I don't know about you guys, but the weather here is horrific. And there are still people outside trick-or-treating. It's unbelievable. I can't even believe it. It's like literally pouring a downpour out here. 23 sacreds. Bunch of credit. Oof. I'm a new player 4 months in and I've pulled like 8 Legos from 18 sacreds with the stand-up being Michinaki. That is pretty good going. Updating the volume a little bit here. There you go. The Cat of Terror, I know. It is throwing it down, Dassery. So if you notice, guys, I'm wearing the new merch, right? Check this out. Fiction's hooked me up. We've got like a HH going on here. Let me just move the camera down a bit. Well, adjustments. Got HH. Get a nice little kind of thing. If you're interested, the merch store is open. Comes in black as well. I was wearing the black one, but I accidentally waterproof tested it when I went outside, and surprisingly, it's quite water resistant. It actually kept me quite dry considering how heavy it's raining outside, but really comfortable, really nice. Did you get a freebie? Yeah, Fixin hooked me up so I can promote the brand. But they're really, really nice. So we got, when we went to TwitchCon, we got sort of, you know, merch from the loot cave as they called it. And to be honest, this stuff is, I would say, as good quality as the stuff you would get from sort of TwitchCon and that kind of quality. It's really comfortable. It's nice and warm. It's good fitting. So I'm quite impressed with it. Obviously, when we buy things like this, the first thing we do is test it, make sure it's, you know, good. We're not going to offer rubbish merch, and we're quite happy with it. You want the flat stats and the bin shirt back? I'm sure we could do more designs. So, what's on the schedule today? We need maximum... Do you know what? That's funny. I was watching I was watching Hellhades stream when someone mentioned that, and I instantly was dropping a message to Fiction when Hellhades was doing his test stream on the server and he's putting his bandanas on. We need to get some Hellhades bandanas. That would be quite cool. Yeah, so Fiction is the man in charge of all of this. He's worked hard on it, along with Lady H. Those two have been managing the merch store and setting it all up. So again, we wanted to like kind of bring a more modern, I wouldn't say modern is the wrong word, but we wanted to make sure it was a quality merch rather than just sort of things, you know, printed on the thing. These are actually embroidered, not it's not like printed on, it's actually embroidered in, so it's much better quality. That's what we kind of wanted with this merch release, but I'm sure Fiction's got plans to like have different themes and different things. So do you enjoy the Raids Halloween celebration? So many, I mean, can we call it a celebration, Karem? Do we actually think they're celebrating it? Because to be honest, I'm fed up of seeing this pack. I'm fed up of seeing that pack. This pack's alright, I guess, if you're interested in it. I don't know. 24 refills, 16 voids. It's actually not bad. But it is a player-only one, right? So the player-only ones tend to, the player-and-play ones, they tend to be quite good. I have no idea what made that noise. A stream alert? Okay. I've no idea. That was when we had this set up for doing Twitch. So someone has just followed me on Twitch randomly. You know, I said I was a professional streamer. I didn't turn off the Twitch things. Let me turn that off. We don't want that anymore. Let's turn those off. I think that's everything now. Ah, funny, funny. They haven't done anything for Halloween now. I know. You know, the only reason why I'm going for the fusion is because I did this on the weekend, and I feel like a base speed of 112 with a like plus 10 in Faction Guardians potentially is like probably my fastest champion on the account. So it would be quite strong. Is there any champion that I've skipped fusing? So the only fusions that I've skipped since I've been playing the game is Sigmund. I skipped him. Which other fusions did we have? Bivold is in the wait-in, so I haven't skipped him. I just haven't fused him yet. I've not had a need for. I've had all of those. Just check High Elves. I think I did all the High Elves ones. I don't think I've missed any of them apart from the ones where I deliberately missed them because Demitha... Let's face it, the Sigmund one, Demitha was the fusion. She is the legendary champion. Not Sigmund the High Shield or whatever the hell his name is. Also known as Sir Hohenheim to start with. They renamed him before they released him. Brachus I wasn't playing at that time, so I didn't have him. I actually don't think I've missed any other fusion apart from that one particular champion. Just going through it now. Rotus I wasn't playing when that came out. Tormin I wasn't playing when that came out as well. Yeah, I haven't missed anyone. Yeah, so Tormin I wasn't playing when that came out, so I couldn't get him. But yeah, I haven't missed a single fusion since I've been playing, apart from Sigmund the High Shield. And I'll be honest, I don't miss Sigmund the High Shield, considering this passive works just exactly the same as this one, and this has no cooldown, and it's 100%. So I skipped Sigmund because of Demitha, because she is literally a legendary champion. Like, the fusion is good. Like, I know a lot of people are a bit down on the fusion because of the event. You have to do every single one. You don't get an epic dupe. Like, this ability is really strong. I know it's 4 turns, which is a bit annoying, but so is Lysandra. But it is a 20% fill, 20% drop, and a 30% increased speed buff. It's not rubbish. It's pretty strong. Yeah, Laszlo, it's a Hohenheim. Not Hocken. There was no C. It was just Hohenheim. I don't know why. I guess if they thought it was too hard to say, so they named him Sigmund. When did I start playing? Around about COVID lockdown. So that would have been like February 2019 or March 2019. Something like that. I don't think Helicath is really big if you don't have Demither, but I think Demither is better than Helicath. I honestly think it. So I think the big reason why a lot of people are skipping this is they have better options than this. Like Lysandra is stronger. I think Deacon is better to use than her in this scenario because although you get a single target decreased speed and you get a chance to steal all buffs from a single target, Deacon has AoE decreased defense and he's also got a leech on the A1. So in a lot of places that's normally better than a slight decreased speed where sometimes it's immune. Like, at least she's got this kind of cool thing where, unlike Fortis, she swaps. So if you're doing True Fear, she swaps to decrease accuracy. So at least she's actually viable when you get to the boss as well as when you get to the wave. So actually, I think... I initially thought she was rubbish. Then I looked at it and I thought, I don't like this passive. I feel like if this passive bounced, so that it kind of goes, if there's already a heal reduction on the target, moves to the next lowest HP target, then actually I think this is really good, right? Because you can run a really, really fast, try and get this out as much as you can because it can't be resisted or anything like it can't be removed, transfer spread, or have its decrease. So as long as you have enough accuracy, they can't stop this from happening. You'd run really, really fast, like 300, and eventually you would overcome these tanky defenses because you'd find windows within the block debuffs not being up. But the problem is it's only ever going to go on one, and then that one person dies and then they're healed back up. It needs to be more like bouncy, and then it's fine. Were you playing on the HH team then? Or I was playing before, then I found the HH server and that's how we got involved. So actually I kind of followed most people's paths and realized I needed help and I got stuck on things and I went to the HH Discord and that's where it came from there. Hey Woods, how you doing? Sorry, I'm just catching up on chat here. Yeah, that's the thing. Deacon gets an extra turn as well, so you kind of get back around to this ability a lot quicker. Hey, Winston Wolf's in the house. Chief brain of the GPU optimizer. I'd say if you have any questions, ask him, but don't, because he's probably stressed and tired already. So, reserve that for a later date. Yeah, like, I've still not used my Helicath. Yeah, I think so, Haddison. I think she'll reapply that passive to the same target. I think that's going to work. The only place I've used my Helicath is basically in some Bommel where I was struggling, but I just don't use him. So I even did Lonatharil, even when I didn't need it. Figured why not. The only good thing about Lonatharil is a high elf, right? So if I ever pull a dupe high elf, then we're like good to go. So we're good to go if I pull a dupe. Yeah, I used Helicath and the twins just when I was struggling on an affinity. I now just run today's affinity, for example. I just hit this at level 11 at the moment. I haven't got enough of a better option to Mithrala, and I just die on that. So, you know, I was using him for there and I was just too much hassle. Fortis is actually not broken. I kid you not. I did Undead Hordes. Is he Undead? No, Night Revs. I don't know what happened, but I put him in my Night Revs team and he took it down to like 27 seconds. He's not terrible anymore. I know we tested him on stream. I still haven't really done any masteries because I've been doing the fusion like a madman. But I think he's actually okay. I think he has a lot of validity in Doom Tower for some people. I think he's okay. I just think his skills don't reflect what he should do. That's my problem with it. I think when I did the video, I probably misled people. I'm not saying this is bad still. I'm saying I don't like the fact it says it does 10% damage when it doesn't. That's what I'm more frustrated with. I think he's actually pretty solid for some things. I just don't think he's the arena nuker everyone thinks he would be or think he should be. He's not that because it takes too long to get him going, but in certain content, I think he's very good. Yeah, but if you look at the team he was trying to set it up with, he was basically trying to set up a team where he would go Morrigan A2 into A3, then Fortis. And as I said, like in Arena, it's too difficult to set him up. It's the same thing why Ruel is really, really strong, but is really never used because it's too difficult to set him up. It's the same reason why when Marinix came out, you know, it reads really well. Ignores unkillable, ignores shields. It's cool, but they have to be under Hex. So can you get that Hex out? And if you get the Hex, then cool, she resets it. It sounds really good, but the problem is, it's that reliance upon Hex in a meta where, you know, it's all sheep. It's all blocking debuffs. It is all this kind of stuff. Like, there's no way that you can reliably get debuffs or anything out in this meta. So the fact that those champions rely on the debuffs is where the problem comes in. It's not that he's then a useless champion, because I actually think his place in the game is being able to scale to the point where eventually he wins fights. So in Doom Tower Waves, classic example where I think he's as good as Seer, especially if you don't have Kaimas to reset it. You know, you can't really rely on Renegade in some Doom Tower Waves. You need more consistency. He's defense-based, he's tanky. So I think if you just try to play him as an out-and-out nuker in Arena, you're going to struggle in his current form. If they change this, that it multiplies, then it's a different story altogether, because now we're getting 9% more damage per fear. You know, we're getting significantly more damage. Whereas in this current form, 4 fears is representative of 8% more damage. It's not good enough. Like, the 4 fears are less than the one that it states that it does. If you had 40% here, then it's a lot more damage. So I think that's the issue. I don't like this passive as well. I feel like he loses too much. This passive should be 100% chance. I feel like it's fine to fully heal him and fully deplete his turn meter. I don't like the fact he sleeps. I think you're already punishing him by making, like, you're basically losing 2 turns. Prevent his death, fine. Remove all buffs and debuffs from him, fine. Clear and fully heal him, okay. Deplete his turn meter, fine. Make this 100% true fit and make this irresistible, then we've got a passive. Because at least then, he can go in and go second. You go second. Make it like the Head of Mischief. This fear cannot be blocked, it cannot be resisted. So you hit him, you try to kill him, it doesn't work, it stops him, he true fears you. Now what do? Well, you need a cleanse. You've got to risk it, right? That's a better champion, because now you're forcing the person in the opposition to do something different. And you could have fights where they come in, they get a full cleanse, they get lucky. Or you couldn't, and they don't, and then he gets back his turn, you get a turn, and then you take control of the fight. It gives you that go second option. But in this current form, this passive is absolutely useless. It does nothing other than get himself killed, because he wastes 2 turns. Would an unresistible Hex champion be busted? I don't think it would be busted. It might make some other champions really strong, but I think we are in a meta now where we need some form of protected debuffs. It just cannot work in this way. You know, when you've got Polymorph out there now, when you've got Stone Skin, when you've got Bolster sets, when you've got Necret, when you've got all these different effects in there, if you can't reliably place debuffs, they are irrelevant. And it was already pretty bad 12 months ago. It's now awful. Yeah, it's not, I wouldn't say it's broken. I just don't think it's described correctly, right? I think that's the big thing. Yeah, Yumako's A2 is crazy. The man, the myth, the Saf. We got our Chief Genzin in the house, right? YST is in the house. Where is he? A lover of Genzin. There he is. It's not actually YST, but, you know, if you wanted to be sort of enshrined within the game, this could be YST. Want to thank you for all for switching to the battle calendar last time I was here. 1 week and I've got 5 voids in 3 seconds. There you go. See, you shouldn't hold yourself back. No, I don't have Gens in YST. It's unbelievable. I don't have Genzen. There are some, like my account is like, I can't describe it. There are some champions that you'd think, oh, surely you've got this champion by now, and I haven't. Genzen's one of them. Genzen is actually unique in the sense that he's one of the few. I think he is still the only champion in this faction, apart from Michinaki now, that can place AoE decreased defense. He was the only one. He's not anymore. Obviously, Michinaki comes in now. So we're going to do some Hydra tonight. We're also still trying to get this champion training completed, so we can get this damn Immortal Soul Stone. We are all the Elven Archers are training right now. Good old, if you've ever seen The Hobbit, she reminds me of the chick from The Hobbit. What's her name? Tauriel. She reminds, well, not in The Hobbit, the film, I should say. Garamond was a guaranteed summon. He wasn't a fusion, he was a guaranteed summon. Still the only champion in the game that does buff spread for you, on your side. The only one. He's just a bit crap, basically. It's just a bit niche. But you know, this is kind of cool if you revive someone, I guess. I don't know. It's just not as good. I was quite frustrated I didn't get a single Sylvan Watcher, apart from Kate. I was so frustrated. I wanted either one of these epics or maybe one of the legendaries, but alas, I didn't even get the Michinaki. The green Ghost Rider. You got Nia. Oh, Nia's so good. So if anyone gets Yumiko and Nia together, literally, it is the most disgusting thing I can think of, because both of their reduced cooldown abilities can be reduced. So Yumiko can reduce Nia and Nia can reduce Yumiko. So this effectively becomes a 3-turn cooldown, and you just go Nia resets Yumiko, Yumiko resets Nia, Nia resets. It's just endless. You'd never get a turn. It would be broken. So listen, I think players should do more champions to resemble the streamers who have ultimately promoted the game and taken it to the next level, the same way the guys from Battlestate did with the FT. I think it's okay. I don't know. They barely integrate the content creators in their plans anyway, so I think that's, to be honest, if we're going to start somewhere, can we just get content creators more involved in promoting and planning with the team, rather than just getting dumped to test server last minute and told to go promote it? I think it would be better if they worked better with their creators, let alone, you know, before we start talking about champions. Nia is nuts. Nia is one of the one champions I really, really want. Nia, Ruella, those two more than anything. And also Elva. I'd like these three more than anything. I'm not too fussed about these other three. Aileel can basically go find a dumpster to live in because he's utterly useless. He looks the best, but he's utterly useless. He does absolutely nothing. They need to completely rechange the way that this works to some extent. They need to boost all his damage multipliers. This needs to ignore block debuffs. And then we have a champion on our hands, but he's absolutely useless. This needs to have a 1x extra multiplier, and it needs to ignore shields at a minimum. But we forget that champion exists. Do I think they'll buff? I think they'll buff him. I think they'll buff his damage a little bit, because I think he's too useless. Yeah, but you got to think, that's Murdering's gear. And if it's only doing decent, it's not that good. Basically, if Aileel doesn't one-shot... So the only thing he has to do, his only job, his only purpose, is pick one person and guarantee you kill them. Because if he doesn't kill them, he doesn't get Stone Skin. If he doesn't get Stone Skin, you lose the fight. Simple as that. Because he's just not capable. Like, this stealing is going to kill him in the polymorph meta. This buff removal is going to kill him in the polymorph meta. Yeah, it's cool he gets turn meter, but if this skill cannot one-shot someone under a Necret, he might as well not be in the team. He's that useless. It has to be that. Otherwise, and I was kind of talking about it in the patch notes video I recorded today, which should come out tomorrow. The rest of his kit isn't good enough to justify him not being able to one-shot. You know, when you have other champions that can do multiple things, at least you have a secondary thing. His job is to kill someone. If he can't kill someone, you might as well bring someone else into the team, because he's not going to do anything. Yes, this buff removal is cool, but it's only one time you can remove that. It can get reapplied. Kaimar's going to like kill him. Walster's going to kill him. Reaction is going to kill him because he's only single hits. Rotus is going to kill him. He just doesn't have anything in his meta. And when you're talking about the meta, there's no value in him being in gold 5, right? Because I could basically run my starter champion as a nuker in gold 5. I could run Astralon, Gembo, Magnar. There are loads of other options that you can run as a nuker that's going to be able to do it more reliably. This ability doesn't hit more than Kale. The podcast was meant to go out today, but we didn't quite get it edited, so it might go out tomorrow alongside the video, or it might go out Wednesday. We were going to get it out Friday, but we just had a bit of a backlog. Yeah, exactly, YST. Jing Wong is better than this. This guy might actually be the worst Void Legendary in the game. I know it sounds crazy because his kit reads really crazy, but he only has the ability... His only job is to kill someone. His multipliers don't support that role. He's just been tuned down too hard, so you can't do anything with him. So, quick question. How many shards are required for the Summon Rush? Asia, I would say you want at least 2 Sacreds. At least 2 Sacreds. I think it's going to be around about 2,500 for the epic, for the rare. Is it only 1 or 2 in the Summon Rush? I think it's 1, right? I always forget. Let's have a case. Where's the announcement video? Yeah, there's 1. So it's going to be somewhere between 2,500 and 3,500. So, you know. Do you think the new taunt buff is better, or at least a good addition to the... I like the taunt buff. The only problem for me, it's going to be a bit like the resistance increase buff. They haven't added enough champions yet, so we're not going to see them because the chance, yes, it's on an epic, that's good, but the chance of you pulling this guy is quite low. So there's not enough of them to be seen as useful. I think it could be good. I don't like the fact that you can still use your active abilities, so there's counters to it, but I think that's good balance. And obviously you can steal them and protect them and things. I think it's a good addition. I think it's an option for champions where you don't necessarily want to run accuracy. And this guy's pretty good, right? Because you don't need to run accuracy on him if you don't care about the decreased attack. So this passive is quite strong. That basically means you don't need to run Blood Shield in Scarab if you're running this like kind of a turn meter team. That's actually quite strong. That could be really, really powerful. It doesn't read like it's powerful, but that could be potentially really powerful. It's always giving people a 10% shield. Every single time. Pretty strong. What do I think of the Shadowkin Legend Gamuran? I think he's alright. I don't think he's anything special. Oh, thanks YST. Didn't have to do that. Rumour has it YST might be making a wild appearance on the podcast in the near future. Leaks. I didn't say that out loud. Isn't one of the final Doom Tower champions have an unresistible hex, does it? Which one are you thinking of? Like Krakarth is one of them? She doesn't, I'm pretty sure. Then it's like Jinro. He doesn't, I'm pretty sure. That's Jing Wong, not Jinro. Who else is the faction? Who else is it? Vassal of the Seal is one. I don't think he has a hex. No, he doesn't. Who's the other ones? Chromax? I don't think he has a hex. Oh, he might have a hex, actually. Yeah, it's not irresistible. It's not irresistible. Where would you be using Elva? Elva can be used everywhere, but she is a direct Ares replacement. How does the taunt buff work exactly? So taunt is like provoke, but it's a buff. So you place it on yourself, and the enemy has to pick you, but they can use any skill. Unlike provoke, which they can only use their basic skill, they can still use any skill. They just have to target you. The buff can't be extended like normal block damage, but it can be stolen. You can reduce its duration. You can do other things with it. You can protect it. So if there's a Veil out, taunt takes priority over Veil. If there's multiple taunt champions, you still have to pick one of the taunt champions. So that's kind of how it works. It's kind of like a reverse provoke, but it's a buff, so you don't need accuracy. And then the enemy has to target you, but they can use any ability. Ah, YST, what are you doing? You're giving me new things on my screen. I haven't seen these kind of donation things before. Stressing me out here. Thank you, mate, though. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fictional never knows I'm leaking stuff. I'm much more clever about it. Do we think Elva will be in a guaranteed event? I don't think Elva. I think, if anything, the guaranteed event would be Ruark. Because I'll want to promote the taunt buff. I think Elva's too strong. So if you have taunt on, they can still AoE nuke you. Yes, they can. Just the same way as provoke, if you think, Laszlo. If you get A1'd by Skull Crown, you're still going to get AoE'd, right? It just means that they can't... when you provoke, they have to use their A1. With taunt, they can use any ability. I think the reason why they won't give Elva is I think she's too much like Sify. Now, one thing to note... I actually got... Do you know what? I've done an error in my video, and I've just realized I've put her defense number on my video for tomorrow. I'll have to correct that in editing somehow. The thing with Elva Autumnborn, she's just too strong because of this ability. This ability is unique. There isn't a champion in the game that full cleanses, then places block debuffs, then places increased speed. That's it. There's no champion in the game that does those three in combination together. There are champions that do block debuffs and increase speed. There are champions that will do remove buffs and then like block debuffs, but there aren't the ones that do it all together. Why is she good for replacement for Ares? Well, Ares does this ability similar. She just doesn't do the block debuffs. So Ares will remove one every 3 turns and then place increased speed. She removes them all, so you can substitute her, but what you gain is the increased aura. Ares doesn't have that. You lose probably a bit of damage, although her multipliers mean that her A1 is actually quite strong. She will be quite strong in the arena. This heal is really strong as well in the arena. And then you've got to revive. I think she's just too strong to be a guaranteed champion because she's just too sustainable. I wouldn't say it's maybe the best cleanse in the game, but it's probably top 5, like at least. I don't really, and the thing is, I don't really have that many good cleansers that do this together, so it actually would be a good champion for me to have. But she's so strong. Like, you can put her in any team and she'll carry you. She's Duchess leveled here, I think. In a sense that the same as Duchess is technically not good for any content, but she goes in every team because she's generally good. It was something I was debating, like, why do we rate Duchess so highly when she doesn't bring anything that helps you beat bosses, right? She doesn't bring any poisons for Dragon. She doesn't bring any strength for Spider in terms of like HP burn. She doesn't bring many hits for the Fire Knight. Ice Golem, she's kind of a problem because you don't want to keep people alive, but sometimes it's good. But you put her in every team to some extent because she carries you so hard. They might do a guaranteed epic. I doubt it. I think Ruark is just... Ruark or Galkabar, right? Because Ruark, because he's got the taunt. I actually think he's okay. Like, you get a 4-turn taunt, 2-turn. It's not too bad. This is quite good. AoE decrease attack. Can steal continuous heals. There's a bit of a Wither and Duchess counter. This is quite good. It will keep him tanky. I don't think he's necessarily crazy. I wouldn't be going out of my way to get him, but he's strong. King Galkabar as well. I like this passive. I think it's really cool. I just think the problem is he's only gonna be poisoning by removing buffs. So you kind of need to bring a poisoner with him. But if you bring a poisoner with him, then, you know, I think what they should have done here is places one continuous heal, places another continuous heal for every debuff they remove, places one poison, places another poison for every buff that he removes, so that at least his kit can be enabled by himself. But basically, you can't enable this passive if you don't bring a Wither and a poisoner with him. Because if there's no buffs to remove, he doesn't poison. If there's no debuffs to remove, he doesn't heal. But he is a huge shield. He is a block buffs AoE 100% on a 3-turn cooldown. So for Hydra, he'll keep your team going. He'll keep them alive. Very good. Summon Rush is going to be a fortnight, Robert. Probably will have a Summon Rush probably on ×2 Void. Would you grab the guarantee for Sylvan Faction Wars? Depends on what it is. Right now, in terms of a faction, you're probably going to want Daithi or Cormac, because they're the only ones that do decreased defense. I would prefer Daithie over Cormac because Daithie will give you the increased attack. So I would go Daithie into Nia, into Elva, into Ornn, basically. Something like that. You'd want the epic. There's so few options right now. They're not ready for faction wars. They need like 3 months worth. I'd expect next month we'll get lots more. And then a month after that, we're going to get more champions. I can tell you right now, all of the champions we previewed a couple of streams ago, the portraits, none of these new champions are those portraits. So there's at least another 11 portraits that I've seen that they haven't released yet. Right, let's get some campaign going at the same time here. Yeah, you're going to have to pull a Kate from the shards. I think I showed it before, Scott. I don't even know if I've got him anyway still. Let's have a look. I had him on my... Just down to look, see if I've got him. Saved somewhere, whether I deleted them. How can I do this? There's one on here that looks very much like Ruark. I thought it was the same, but it's not. Let's see. Use my little new button thing here. If I can remember which one I was doing, that one. There you go. These were the ones we looked at before. None of these got released. Now I can tell you, one of them is going to be the new login champion. I didn't tell you that, but that is the truth. Yes, cool. Now, rumors are there may be another tier of campaign coming. Don't know if that's true or not, but that seems logical. Would you keep a copy of Ornn, or only one is enough? I would only keep one. I don't think more than one is needed. No, it's not. It looks like him, but it's not. I'm almost certain it's not, because Ruark's portrait is... Let me get this up here a second. Ruark. That's Ruark. So it's different. It's close, but it's different. I actually thought it was the same, but it's not. It's different. What about the 2 new champions? Not seen much about them. Well, Lady Annabelle's pointless, and Kanoiki is amazing, basically. Not Kanoiki. Michinaki. I always mix those names up. Basically, I have no idea who decided Lady Annabelle needed to come into the game, other than someone who had a real problem with, you know, maybe was a bit too attracted to their own model. But Lady Annabelle for me is useless. Michinaki's amazing. Yeah, so like, you know, obviously we can think like that could be ogres, you know, lizardmen, orcs maybe. That's obviously undead hordes or revenants. Shadowkin there. Shadowkin. So we've got at least 2 Shadowkins. A couple of ogres. That looks like either a high elf or a dark elf. Could even be... This could even be a Sylvan. You know, we could even be looking at some Sylvans in here. Like maybe 7290 here or 7300 is a Sylvan elf. The blonde lady's Aethel sister. Could be. Could be. So these are still to come in the game. So, you know, and I know one of them is definitely a new champion. Because obviously the login champion for Arix will end in a month. Is it this month or next month? Let's have a look. Daily login. Get 15 Arix. And I'm on 60, so next month. It's cool. Actually, to be fair to them, they've got that in the game pretty quick in terms of which champion it's going to be. The champion's not released yet, but I know it's a brand new champion because I know the IDs in the game code. So But I'm doing well. I've done all the events so far. I just want to, tonight, try and grind our way to Immortal Soulstone, get the Legendary book done, and then we're going to do some Hydra. So while we're talking, I'm going to do some campaign grinding here. Use some gems, because I used a lot on Sunday. Guaranteed event always with CVC or Summon Rush, right? Not always. Not always. But I don't think we're going to get a guarantee tomorrow. I'm not even sure we'll get a Summons event tomorrow. Alex is a bit useless at this point for people playing the game. What does he do again? I need to remember what he does. We'll have a look now. The problem is none of the really, apart from Cleopteryx, which is already in the game. Uh-oh. Do you know what? This can run, this team can fail every so often. And it's one of those things that eventually I should fix, but I can't be bothered. Because it happens so infrequently. What faction is Arix in here? What does he do again? Fails this champion. Oh, I know this champion. We haven't been able to support this yet in the Dead with Jedi calculator because of this damn passive. I have no idea how to fix this one yet. Places an ally protection. Okay, counterattack. Oh, doesn't he feel a little bit like Jinro the Stork? Like the end of the Doom Tower champ. I mean, it's a 75% chance to stun, but then Astralon and Basilius Rowanus does it 100%. And you can transfer debuffs, I guess. I don't know. I agree. It's a bit late, really, for an ally protector. Not a terrible champion by any means, but I mean, it's the same thing with Jinro the Stork, right? He sounds interesting where you can like kind of have this passive where he gets defense every time he attacks and it resets. Converts his champion resistance into accuracy, so you can run full resistance, full protection. At the end of this champion's turn, place a provoke for 1 turn on all enemies under increased attack. That's kind of cool. It's on a long cooldown though. The idea is you kind of like put this protection up and then you can keep doing this. So potentially he could be interesting. I'm actually, if I had this champion, I would be interested to try him out, but it's going to take me so long to get him. What's the bloody point, basically? It's going to take so long. Yeah, my team fails every so often. It's basically if we get to the end and the Allure can still stay alive because she basically always crits for some reason. Yeah, I'll show his gay after this now, Laszlo. Good isn't a bad champ. Yeah, good. The only thing I'll go through good now, and it's a real bugbear of mine. This is the Herndig build. Where is he? Herndog. It's kind of like a general build, not anything special. 225 speed, 254% crit damage, 5000 attack. He's kind of like my utility champion because he can do like decrease defense, decrease accuracy, deplete turn meter, weaken. He's a bit of an all everything goes. I use him in Dark Fae. I use him just when I need to throw him in places. He's very, very solid. Just kind of standard masteries for killing things, you know, one shot. He's so good for that. How much is... So basically the trade-off is time. If you can do this in less than 22 seconds, you will get more XP per hour by doing that. But what you trade is you lose a bit of silver and you lose mystery shards. So for me, where I don't really care about the silver to some extent from campaign and I don't really care about mystery shards, but I do need time, it's suitable for me because I can farm it pretty quickly. But if I didn't have a 22-second farmer, this wouldn't be worth it because it would take too long and I might as well just run sort of normal brutal campaign. Is more to pure arena stone skin the way to go? You can run lightning cage instead of stone skin with reaction, or you can run stone skin for 2 turns. Many different options. Stone skin is probably better. No, Scott. No. Nope. If you can get it under 22 seconds, this is more efficient. Ethos is the one that tends to do it faster, Johnny. Ethos or Herndig. I think there's a couple of others, but not many can do it. It's mainly Ethos or Herndig. The reason why I don't like Gerda Bogbrew, she's actually an okay champion. Where is she? So this is cool. Whenever an enemy receives a debuff, their turn meter is decreased by 3%. That's actually quite cool, right? Now, annoyingly, it's not as powerful as Yoshi's, who gets turn meter when a buff is placed, because obviously it's all going on one target. This is going to target specific targets, but it's quite cool. This ability is okay. 80% chance of removing one buff from all enemies, then places poisons. So you got to try and... You got the Lady Kimmy problem. Does it pick the block debuffs to remove or something else? Also removes 2 debuffs from all allies. That's pretty strong on a 3-turn cooldown, right? This is what I don't like. So she has an AoE attack. She can place Weaken. After attacking, has a 80% chance of placing 2 poison debuffs for all enemies without Weaken. So she doesn't poison if you have accuracy. So if you take the accuracy away, she's a poisoner. But if you put the accuracy, she's a Weaken champion. And then she has this 6% chance of applying a debuff spread, taking 1 random debuff from target and placing all enemies under Weaken. So again, you have to choose what part of her kit you want. I don't like that kind of thing. I'd rather she is just a bog standard Weaken poison that is immune. I don't like this thing, because if I 3%, then she's not doing what I want her to do. So her kit kind of counteracts. Either she's going to spread debuffs if you've got accuracy. If you don't have accuracy, she drops turn meter. But only if they're not under any debuffs. But you've just put debuffs out there. So this is counterattack. Yeah, it's countering this, which then just means that she's like, her kit is in conflict. And you still need accuracy if you want to place poisons here. So you're basically trading the poisons here for the poisons here. So you might as well run accuracy and then forget this other part about this kit. It's a bit messy. I don't like it. The only nice thing is if you 3%, then you do get poisons, right? I guess. Maybe I've just misunderstood it, but she's actually a solid champion because of the different things. I think she's probably underrated, actually. I agree. I wish I had Michinaki. Hershen, I'm with you. Do you know what? The amount of times when I've done advanced quests, I forget to do the campaign, the faction wars boss, and then I can't get the free refill. It's quite frustrating. What are we doing? We could level these. I think I've got all my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're all level in the pit, so we can leave them going. So we might as well do. What's frustrating about Nightmare Campaign? So the good thing about Nightmare Campaign is if you have the raid card and you get 20% extra XP, you can actually level up 1 stars in 1 run to 10. But you can't if you don't have the raid card. It's quite frustrating. Can Marinix do it? Probably. She doesn't hex on the A3, does she, Marinix? I don't think she does. Let's check. See, you get close to level 9 here. If you have the raid card, it takes you straight to level 10. It's quite comfortable then to do some of these rank ones. I don't normally level rank ones because of this problem. I have to burn a lot of rank ones to basically get him up to level 10 because it's not worth running again in any difficulty. And probably if you go to like normal it is, but that's just wasting time. Marinix. Yeah, Marinix would be slow because she has to hex before she gets the reset. So you'd have to go A2, hope you one-shot someone. Then you go to A3. That will one-shot, but they're not under hex. So then you've got no AoE then. So no. She wouldn't. Can I play Brogni Geo, 3 buff extender CB team with 190 to 210 speed? No Krisk, or am I just wasting my resources until I don't have Unkillable? I mean, if you don't have Unkillable, I would be saying, do you have an Ally Protector? Because an Ally Protector is more valuable to some extent. Because Ally Protection is severely powerful. Like, it's very, very powerful in Clan Boss. Very, very powerful. Quick craft? What do you mean by quick craft, Joe? How fast is your Magnar, Mark? Any epics who can solo Nightmare? There's not that many. We did some testing. Chagor can solo it, but it's a bit sketchy. Salad can, but again, it's a bit sketchy. It's not very fast. The problem is pace. If you're not going very fast, then it's not worth it. And that's the biggest problem. You need to be going fast and efficient and accurate, which is why Herndig is nice. The thing about Herndig is he does decrease defense. The thing about he's also got that extra turn mechanic, right? He's got a lot of stuff in his kit that allows him to keep going. So if you get close to killing someone, you can keep going, right? That's the key. Oh, I remember, Joe. Yeah, I did play Ace for a while. I remember. It was very good. I quite liked the jelly system in Ace. Baron, I don't know if Baron can do it. Like, we can test this now, right? So if we want to have a look at different champions, I don't mind wasting a bit of energy. This is Baron. Can Baron actually do it? So Baron's A3 can do it. So what you probably have to do is, I don't know what he does on auto, see? So he'll A3, that's fine. This is the problem. He's going to A2. But see what I mean? He hasn't quite got enough damage now, and he's going to die. Because he's going to get back around to this ability. He's one-shotting people, but not enough. It's damn close, though. Very close. I've got him pretty well built to do this as well. Right, he's 6.2k attack, 263% crit damage, and he is in lethal cruel. So he's in a very strong build, and he can barely do it. You'd have to AI him. I've not used this new AI thing yet. You'd have to AI him to go A3, A2, A1 on the same target, which is going to be difficult because he's going to kill everyone with the A2 because the A2 hits really hard. Unless you make him A1, A1. Like, if we... I don't know if we can make this new AI. I've not tested this before. Let's try it, shall we? See how this works. How does this new food mechanic thing work? So if I pick, like... I don't know, that. Is that the case? Because obviously if you pick this... and then you try to put food in... surely it just, you know... you lose it. So do you have to actually put the food in here first? I don't really understand how it's meant to work. So I have to do this, this, and this. Because basically what I'd want to do is open and never use these. And then I would never want to use this. And then are you saying if I queue it with multi-battles and I just say use gems to restore, right? And we'll just do... if you set a queue of champions in multi-battle mode, the save team you select will no longer function. Only put Baron. But then he loses his AI. I don't understand how it's meant to work. So if I take these out, select him, are you saying just do that with Baron, but then see it, you lose it? Well, no, they changed it, Kim. No, they changed it. In the last update, they've changed this. Because... in the patch notes, I did this earlier when I was looking at it. I thought it was pretty big that they changed this. In the patch notes, it quite clearly says... I find it here. Made a change so that champions who reach max level in a saved team preset during battle now swap to other champions chosen in a queue, allowing you to farm more efficiently. So... are they saying... just say like I pick these and I pick just a level 1 here. Maybe it does. I'm gonna have a look now. I know I can use RS help, guys. I know. I just want to test it. So it's loaded those champions up. Even though the message said he didn't do it. Yeah, he's not using his AI. So it's loaded the champions up. but it's not used the AI. Because he used his A2 there, and I told him not to use his A2. So, I don't really understand how that's meant to work. I mean, he did it, but... clearly, the whole AI thing doesn't work. Great system. Maybe someone can find out how it's meant to work and tell me, but I couldn't figure that out. I don't know, Laszlo. But it did say, like, this text descriptions made a change so that champions who reach max level in a saved team preset during multi-battle now swap to other champions chosen in a queue, allowing them to farm more efficiently. So, just use A1 and A4. Yes, it does. I'm doing it now. What? You're using the swapping ability. I couldn't figure out how to make it work. Maybe I'm dumb. How quickly is your Magna doing that? Yeah, Sam, you're alright. The system is kind of rubbish for like farming. It's okay though, I don't mind it. RSL Helper is at least decent for food farming. Look how many uncommons I got there, that's pretty good. Yeah, Leo would be the other one. Oh, I always get excited when I see a rare. Maybe I'll get a Kate and I don't need to do an extra event. Yeah, Leo's the other one that can farm, double AoE. Probably someone like Stultus can do it, defense-based double AoE. I'd imagine Fortis could, but he would be just so slow, right? Like, he'd be able to tank it at least. Yeah, Justin, that's it. It doesn't even work, so... No, he could. I don't know how fast he would be, right? He does provide his own fears, and he is tanky, so that's something. What stats does Ray need for Nightmare? Probably like decent-ish stats, like pretty strong. Nothing crazy strong, like something around what my Hundigger's got, you know, like about 5,000 to 6,000 attack, about 250% crit damage. Doesn't need to be in Savage Lethal necessarily. Like, I've got my Fortis here. Where is he? I know he hasn't got Masteries yet, which makes a big difference. I still haven't had, like, I've had no window to do any Masteries. But he is, like... He's low crit rate, because obviously we're relying on him fearing, but he's 5.3k defense. Let's see how he does. Curious, actually. Isn't it ironic he has a crit rate aura in Arena when he doesn't need crit rate in his kit? You know, hey, this doesn't need critical rate. Hey, this doesn't need critical rate, but let's give him a crit rate aura because he doesn't need crit rate. Just because we want to make the A2 relevant. They're actually alright, actually, Scott. For PvE, they can be great. So he fears. I mean... Keep in mind, this is without Masteries, yeah? Fear. He didn't actually get his A2 off, which is a bit frustrating. He didn't get it off again, so that's like... pretty awful RNG. He still hasn't got it off. What the hell? It's like 40% chance with 2 fears. It almost should be up all the time. Watch him use the A2 now like a dumb little monster. He's doing it. If he had a bit more consistency, like now, it's pretty, you know. The problem is, he's not like, he doesn't keep the fear up long enough, does he? In this build. Like, because the fear is falling off, he's not critting the A3 all the time. He has to... I need to run him faster. Yeah, 1 minute. Keep in mind, 1 minute. Right. Context, guys. Context. He's not mastered. The build is also poor for campaign farming. I would run him with crit rate in campaign. He's also quite slow. He would benefit from more speed. So if we go to fence with some speed, even though my banners are pretty terrible, nobody complain. Oh look, there you go. She's hogging that. I don't know if I can get any more speed in his abilities. Oh, we could optimize him actually now, because I fixed the optimizer since the last stream. The costume. I could go like a ghost, like, you know. I'm a ghost, right? Could be. It's white, it's close enough. I don't really do Halloween. I'm not a Halloween person. Yeah, Mark, I think he's obviously not fast enough, right? He's not like I've just thrown him in. I just thrown him in to see what he could do. Like, here he goes before. And then he crits, right? So if he does a little bit more damage there... But because he's not, like, getting back before the phase expire... He's not getting the crit from that. So therefore, if that was a 100% crit rate... We'd be laughing. He's actually doing a significant amount of damage, right? If you can go A2 into nuke, A2 into nuke, A2 into nuke, I actually think he could do Nightmare Campaign farming pretty efficiently. Because there's no cooldown on that A3. Like, again, he's not got any crit rate on the A1. It's like here, it was really frustrating. 2 fears didn't fire. What the hell? 3 in a row. Like 3 in a row didn't fire. If that Kaimar didn't fear, that'd be alright. Yeah, I know, going full cosplay. Your professional CC costume. But he can do it. Like, he's surviving it. Again, keep in mind, he's got no masteries. He's not fully booked on the A3. He's not got crit rate. That's almost one-shotting. So close. If it was a little bit better built. If I had the books. If I had the masteries. That's a one-shot. Whoa, that was close. That bomb really hurt. The Kaimar's really hurt with the booster turn meter. It's dead this time. Oh, passive kicked in. See, the passive's kind of useful. But it's kind of useless at the same time. Yeah, I think he just needs masteries in the rest of the books, right? And then we could get him down to like 20 seconds. It's because he's not one shot in the wave. If I rebuilt him for 100% crit rate, this would be a different story. It's just obviously, normally you wouldn't build him for this. This could hurt. I think he's dead. Oh no, he's alright. It'd be okay actually because he's got his passive anyway. Even if he died. So he's actually quite a safe champion to do it with, because even if he's taken down, you could farm it quite safely. It's just whether or not he's fast. It's whether or not you can get the speed up. And it would be good if you're trying to complete Nightmare Campaign, right? Because you can't kill him. Because Mortu shouldn't stop him from dying, I think. I don't know if the second hit would proc. Is Razin worth summoning? Yeah, for 500 points. That's when you summon him. Yeah, I don't know if I can boost this thing anymore. Let's just quickly rebuild him in the optimizer. Let me grab the extractor. Let me just make sure I got the latest version. Oh, I didn't just uninstall the Hellhades optimizer by misclicking. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, let's reinstall that. Deleting my own software here. Professional streamer. try that again, shall we? We're just deviating slightly, JNAP. Just deviating. You know me, I get distracted on these streams. It's fine, we got plenty of time to do Hydra at some point. Right. Use my new little button thing. Swap over. Loving it. Thank you, Fiction, for hooking me up. Right, so we can actually optimize this properly now. We couldn't before, but now we can. Fears go on. So we're going to do increased defense. We're not going to have increased defense. Let's have a look at what... let's take a look at what we're doing. It's a bit dark, isn't it? Let's turn up the brightness a bit. There we go. It was getting a bit dark. Right, what were we doing? We were checking what kind of damage numbers we're facing on the defense, right? So campaign 12, 6. We're fighting targets with like the level 230. That doesn't really matter because we haven't got Crushing Rend. But they're like, you know, somewhere between 2,900 defense for the Prince Chimars. I think the highest defense we're facing is 2,921. And the highest HP is like 87,000. For some reason, the Chimar on Wave 2 is much stronger than the Chimar on Wave 3. Don't really know why. It's probably the aura or something. Oh, it's slightly higher level. Weird. 87,630. Champion 2. Cool. So... awesome. So we can see like it's not quite enough to kill it, right? Because it's at 56,000 here with just this setup. Now, he is in the lead, so he will give us a... where is he? Where is he here? No, we won't get a defense aura, so that kind of is mute. So we lose a bit of damage there. So damage of this. We're going to allow 100% crit rate. We don't really care about accuracy, that's fine. I think his artifacts we've got are the best that we're going to get, so we'll leave them off. I think if we push it to like 200 speed with like 3 speed there, and I'm just going to reset set here. I think that's good. See what we get. Yeah, it's retrospective, Laszlo. Since switching clans to CBB and different affinities are new to me, and I'm bad at magic affinity, how does this mean I need to build Eres now because the fat man isn't cutting it on magic days? Or you need to bring an alternative to him if he's not providing you the debuffs you need. So this is only slightly stronger. Would actually be using gear I don't have on anyone, funny enough. No crit rate. Obviously, it's not bringing crit rate because I've told it I don't need crit rate because I've said I'm going to fear the target. The problem is, do we think we can get back around to the fear before they take a turn? Probably not. So I think we're going to need to bring crit rate. So we're going to have to override it because we're going to have to say we need 100% crit rate. Crit rate. Or crit raid. That is still... it's still doing that. This should override. It's not doing that for some reason. Hey look, we're bug reporting again. And that's going to fail now because we don't have... there we go. Bug reporting. It only wants to do it. So that's fine. We can optimize on a different damage. Yeah, I'm just gonna try and see if he can do it, basically. Just want to see if he can do it. I feel like I need 210 speed, to be honest. Just bring it down to like 80 so we speed it up. Yeah, Johnny, I need to check. It must be that the crit rate priority has been overridden by the new effect priority. So I'll make a note of that now to actually go in and check it. I've got different things I'm checking. My backlog of things to test is growing. Doesn't work. Crit rate is not priority with override, which it should be. So I need to test that. Okay, I'm 70 days in. I need to spider 20 times 10. Then I can complete Arbiter. Can anyone help, please? Spider 20 is all about turn meter control and burns. If you can't enemy max HP it, so if you can't triple cold heart it or Royal Guard and cold heart or something like that, then you want to basically get turn meter control like your Armigers. Your cold hearts are pretty good for it. Basically champions that can drop turn meter. There's an uncommon that can do it, I think Elfguard. Then you need to just basically drop turn meter and then bring a burner, someone like Mordecai, someone like Akoth, someone like anyone who can do AoE HP burn. You have one cold heart, one Mordecai, and one Armiger. That's great. So basically build them for speed and then cycle it so that more Armiger and cold heart are dropping the turn meter. If you can't auto it, just manual it if you wanted to get it done. Yeah, if you can do it faster than Herndig, I'll keep him. Right, this build looks pretty good. We do lose a bit of damage, but that's fine. We have to take stuff off people. I don't really want to take it off. Is there a better build? Oh, look, that one. Let's go with this one here. Let's go with this one. So it keeps everything apart from, we're going to change the weapon. To that. We're going to change the helmet. I really need to find better Savage helmets. I really do. I struggle so much to get decent Savage helmets. Is that a rare or an epic? It's funny, I have better helmets than that, but it's recommended that. It's crazy. And then it wants me to take from Gwyneth. Oh, do you know what? I haven't sold those lifesteal that we got from Clan versus Clan. Crazy. I need to sell that. Gwyneth, give me your shield. And where are these boots? I've got 2 boots and they're both flat stats. Wow, sell. Make some inventory space. And we just need the boots from Savage. Is it that one? No, it's an epic. Crit rate 70%, that's the one. Okay. So, I just need to lift some of this up. It's cool. We actually have silver this time, guys. It's better. There's probably some glyphing space I can do with defense, like boots there. I can get a bit of defense boots here, like, you know, we can push some. Oh, don't give me a 1%. It's better. You know, we can do defense percentage here. Why? Game, why? Why? Why are we double? Thank you. Stupid game. We can also do it here as well. So we haven't got his accessories upgraded. I'm not going to do them until tomorrow because artifact enhancement. But that's a better build, right? It's a stronger build. It's not level 100 yet. I don't know if we can get any more decent masteries quickly. I suppose we could quickly burst out Whirlwind of Death. That would get in more speed. How much do we need for that? Like 80. Let's just go get that quickly. Where's my fast build? Let's just do Ragash. Where is he? I always lose track of my champions there. Yeah, Relentless is so hard to get. So hard to get. Oh, does it need to be auto for the Arbiter mission? I forget. I forget these things. You just basically for 20 auto, you just want to bring enough turn meter, basically. How many days would I be if I got... How many days playing would I be if I got Gerda Bogbro? Well, it's 270 days before you get the repeatable one. Then it's Cleo, Epic, Gerda, right? So you'd have to go... Isn't it 242? It's 4 months for a legendary. So you'd have to go... That one's a bit scary. We need an extra nuke in here. So you would have to go... I'm trying to think now. My brain is broken. 270 days plus 4 months. So that's 36. I don't really know how they do months, but just assume it's 30 days. 30, 60, 90, 120. So that's 390. Then 2 months, which is 60. So that's another 450. And then another 4 months before you get her. So that's another 120 days. So like 600 or 500 days. Something like that. Yeah, but it's 270 days before you get there, right? So it's 270 plus whatever it would be for there. So 120, 240, 60 on top of that. So 300 plus 270, so 570 days. A long time. I should have checked that Ragash here doesn't have any mastery slots. I don't want to be using him if he's got a... He's not fully... Yeah, he's fully mastered. Cool. It's a bit like Doom Tower. It's like 25 months. I mean, it is and it isn't. Because they're not exactly champions you want, but it's a long time. You can still pull those login champions as well, mind. So basically, you end up in a situation where, to some extent, it's a free faction guardian. So, because you're more likely to pull the champion by the time you get it. Like, I already had Cleopteryx. No, I didn't have Cleopteryx. I already had Gerda Bogbro by the time I got her. And that was after me already passing 270 days. I got her pretty quickly. That's probably just my bad luck. Yeah, but don't feel... What you got to remember about being behind. You might feel like you're behind. At least you have things to work towards. Many of us at endgame, we're looking for like minutia second gains, or we're playing with new champions that come out. It's not really anything in my account that I need to do. The only thing I haven't ever achieved is Nightmare Hydra. I could do it, but I just don't want to. I haven't achieved like platinum yet in Arena because I don't have Necret. Otherwise I would do it. I could comfortably do it if I had Necret. I just don't have Necret. So there's no point. Hey, Zelf. But Laszlo, don't you want to learn how to use block buffs? That's what that's why they released Scion. So as everyone could learn how to use block buffs. apparently. That's what they said. I'll be honest, it doesn't take me much to learn how to use block buffs. It's called apply debuff. Oh, that's what block buffs does. Did that in 5 seconds. Didn't need a champion for it. Thanks very much. Right, we got Whirlwind of Death. So, should we see out what he does? And then we'll go back to our original plan here. I gotta say, I'm really frustrated that Fortis optimization is still a little bit buggy. It's so frustrating to try and get some of these champions supported. It's frustrating. I'm not being sarcastic, cool. They literally said the reason why they created Scion was so that people could learn how to use block buffs. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm telling you exactly what they told us. It was quite embarrassing. We were like, what do you mean? The only problem is they're not killing the wave because he's controlling them. But I mean, look. That's pretty quick. That's not bad. Like, he still hasn't got masteries. He's missing 20% on his A3. Like, if he had 20% extra on his A3 and Helm Smasher, he'd be doing this quicker than Herndig. Like, he's up there. I'm actually well impressed with this. And it's more stable than Herndig because he can take a hit and he's got that passive. So this actually, you know, I know it's nothing crazy to say, hey, look, he's a nightmare campaign farmer. He's doing it quite comfortably. I think they'll fix his A3. They might just fix the description. But I think they'll have to fix it because it's completely wrong. It's just like not used to lying. Like, he's not faster yet, but he's not even level 100, level 60. He's not max level. He's missing 20% on his book. He's missing like extra damage from his multiplier, from his masteries, because he would get, like, if we think of what he would get. Where is he? Down here. I really need a window. I should have skipped the fusion because I need a mastery window. I've got so many champions I need to set up. Like, he's going to get 6%. He's going to get another 12%. He's got the ability to do Helm Smasher, which should be really strong. So this plus this. He doesn't really need Cycle of Violence because his A3 is already off cooldown. So we don't need that. So we would go Opportunist, another 12%. So we could basically, we could skip off this if we didn't want that. So it's a bit awkward, isn't it? It's whether or not you would take 6% guaranteed versus 12% with a fear. Because you would definitely want this, right? This is 100%. So you'd want this for 8% more damage. You'd want probably this because he's going to fear. And then you want Helm Smasher. But you don't really want Cycle of Violence. This is nice to have, but again, like, the allies aren't dying because he's controlling the wave. I don't really want this at all because he's not got any cooldown on his main nuke, so this is useless. Yeah, I did see J Giggs' video. I sent a message to our private Discord in the Hellhades team, something like, copied the video link and said, oh my god, they broke J Giggs. Because that man is really happy all the time. Like, if I got a few more masteries here to get this, that's 8% more damage, right? Let's just see how much quicker. If we just get 80 more scrolls quickly. Because we can get that pretty fast. How much more we could do. Ethos is like 18 to 30 seconds, depending on how his, like, he requires Cycle of Violence to proc a little bit. Requires it a little, I wouldn't say a lot, but a little bit. Ethos isn't much faster, I don't think. Ethos is about 18 seconds. On average, I think. Like, it's still faster, but it's not much faster than what we got in here. I wouldn't need crit rate in his build if I can get back round before they fear. So the question is, can I cycle? Now, the problem will be, I think, on wave 2, trying to go twice before the enemy. But I suppose if we're going, what's the speed? 203, right? 203 plus... 103. It's the fastest they've got is to climb at 103. So I need to go at least 206. I mean, yeah, maybe I don't need the crit rate. Let me just do an optimization with... So, what are we thinking, Johnny? Soon as you're thinking about this. If he's going to one-shot and fear at the same time, my allies aren't taking a turn, are they? Yeah, that's the only thing. Does he get back around to his A2 in time? Because it's a 3-turn cooldown. Or it's a 4-turn. Is it 4-turn or 3-turn? I never remember. I think it's safer to have crit rate, to be honest. I think it just means that if he doesn't quite kill someone, he's going to kill them. And I don't think I gain an awful lot of damage if I don't have crit rate in. I don't think it makes much difference. It will add up, but I think the masteries and the extra book would add more damage. Keep in mind, his A3 is 20% weaker than it could be. Because I didn't book his last 2 abilities. Yeah, Ethos is 12 to... Like, 12 is really good RNG. He averages about 18, I think. Biggin can do it in 50... No, Biggin can't do it that quickly. Can he, Cool? I don't think he can. He's certainly not safe enough. The tests that I tried it with basically were Herndig was the next best after Ethos. Ethos was out and about the best. Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, it's just like trying to find areas. What I really wish Fortis had in his kit was a boss alternative. I think it's really bad that he's effectively great for waves, but useless for a boss. Like, there's literally no window in which you can use him on a boss, because you can't activate his main kit. Which is a problem for me. Because we see that they can do it, because they just did it with Morgaine, right? Morgaine just got an ability that does something different to the boss. Done it in 5 seconds. Yeah, that's brutal. We're talking nightmare. Come on now, don't flex. Although your Ethos probably does nightmare pretty quickly as well, I would say. I don't necessarily... I'm not saying I think he's better than Ethos. I think he could be just as good as Ethos. What? Ethos doesn't do it in 5 seconds on nightmare, does it, Wolfie? Surely not. He's not doing nightmare in 5 seconds. What? Come on now. What are you doing? A3, A2, A3. Are you relying on Cycle of Revenge? I'm guessing. I'm guessing that's what you're relying on. He doesn't do it consistently 5 seconds, does he? I know he can one-shot the wave, but he probably needs Cycle of Violence to proc. It's a pretty good opportunity it will. Yeah, not 100%. What does he average? What is yours average? Probably like 10 seconds or 18 seconds. So I tend to find a good Ethos will average about under 18 seconds. If you're averaging under 18 seconds, then it's still more efficient. Like 5 seconds could make sense, especially if you're running maybe refresh. You get a refresh proc, right? That could happen. That's how people get like 25-second Theodore runs in Fire Knight. The beast has awoken. What up, cat? He's just gonna wake up and sit there. Fair enough. Right, we can get an extra master in here. We're going to take that. And see how much this adds a difference. Herndig is amazing in Arena because of his passive. It really gives him a lot of turn meter. This Herndig, this second Kaimar is so tanky. If I can get him to one-shot, I think he can do this in about 18 seconds. Because this, into a one-shot, is strong. See? Almost. The only thing is, a Whirlwind of Death probably didn't do much because my team is never dying. You know, as I said, if I can get him to one-shot these, I think we are talking Ethos level Nightmare Farmer. And again, I never thought he could beat Ethos because not many people can. But at least he has something which he is actually like S tier at, which is Nightmare Campaign Farming, which is very hard to get an actual Nightmare Campaign Farmer going. It's a bit slower this time. She wouldn't get anywhere near one-shotting. I'll show you. She doesn't have the damage, I don't think. We got unlucky there. He didn't activate his hidden skill. So there isn't always a chance that it's a bit slower because he doesn't activate his hidden skill, but for 40% it's a really low chance. It's not going to happen that often. And he still did it in under 30 seconds. I like him for this. Like, I'll show you Skull Crown. There's no way she does it. I don't think Skull Crown gets anywhere near times of any reasonable. Where is she? Void. Why can't I see it? Oh, because of Awakenings. Awakenings are messing me up. There. So my Skull Crown is built slow. She's built for Blender, so she's strong. 6,000 attack. She is in Avenging though, not in Savage, so that's something to note. Ignore the crit rate, it's pretty bad. But she's in a strong build. I don't think she gets anywhere near this. Yeah, I don't think she gets... I don't think her multipliers are strong enough. Yeah, not even close. The only good thing is she is an Avenging here, so that's kind of keeping her alive. So she's gonna like she's doing it because of Avenging, not because she can do it, because she can't. That's really scary. But she can do it if you run a better Avenging build, maybe. But I mean, for the consistency, if I get him fully mastered, I think this dude is probably Ethos. If we're talking the next best nuker, I think it's probably this guy. For like just doing... let's do some of these because I need some food. Skullcrown's nuking is pretty good for Arena, don't get me wrong. Like, I use mine in Blender. Biggin can do it, but I would imagine he's a bit scary, right? I know he's got stun in his kit, which is nice, but... like, the nice thing about this guy is he's fast and he's defensive based as well. So there's no risk of failure, where I think with attack bases you can get a bit risky. He also doesn't require an awful lot of gear. Like, I'm doing it at this speed. But if you think, he's not fully booked. He hasn't got masteries. He is in good gear. But he's not in, like, amazing gear. Like, you could probably throw a decent build on him fully booked with masteries. And he would probably be doing this comfortably. Would it work with your stats but no Savage Lethal? Potentially. It's recommending Savage Lethal to me because of the enemy's defense and no decreased defense, right? For like 21 seconds. I'm gonna. He's replacing my Herndig because it guarantees my run for me. When I book him up the rest of the way, when I get his masteries done. Hey Halder, how you doing? Like, how many legendary books do I have? I have 5. I shouldn't book. If my clan saw me booking, they would be really upset with me. I have 5 legendary books here. That's not bad, actually. I've got 5 since clan versus clan. That's quite impressive. So we could just quickly book him. Because, oh, mind you, it's a risk that it goes on his A1. That's pretty risky. Especially when we still need to book a certain frustrating, annoying champion, not Marinix. Where is she? Where's she sitting? Riho. There. I still need to book this, so maybe I shouldn't. Have I done Hydra already? No. We're going to get to it. But overall, that's quite a nice discovery. Exactly. At least it doesn't fail, where Herndig had a habit of failing every now and then if he had a bad rotation. I reckon if I book him and fully master him, he does this in about 18 seconds comfortably. See you, Martin. Thanks for hanging out. Could you guys pull together a video about champions' passive skills that work when they're dead? Yeah. Possibly. What would you be looking to know about that video? No, I'm saving books for Clan vs. Clan. And Riho. That's who I'm saving books for. We have a rule. Well, I have a rule I don't use books outside of Clan vs. Clan because that's just wasting points, right? And they could always throw a personal back-to-back on us, which means then I would need the resources. Because the fusion's going to drain some of my resources. The broken new item set. I don't think it's broken. I think it's strong, but I don't think it's broken by any means. Is CVC tomorrow? No, next week, Justin. Next week. We just had CVC. After Riho, who would I book? So some of these ones I've already booked. Like Arbiter's already booked to where we need it to. That would be nice, but I don't really need it. Mortar, you don't need to book. Morley, I've already booked the passive, so I don't need to book her. No, but I haven't booked yet. Gomlock, his A2 is the only one I would book, potentially. Black Knight, he's already booked. So I really wish there was an option to like hide the ones we've booked. Like Kimmy, I've got her main abilities booked. I don't care about the A1. I'm not going to book her. Trundle, I haven't booked yet. Harvest Jack, I might book. Because I think he might be really meta-defining at the moment. Fortis, I just need 2 more in here. So probably after Riho, Fortis. Val, again, look, I've booked his main abilities. I don't really care about this ability at the moment. It's extra damage. I don't know what to do with Shemnath, whether I'll use him or her. I don't really know if it's him or her. I don't know whether to use it. Snake Track, I could use another one here. So again, it's just filling up the gaps. Valkyrie, I haven't booked yet, but she needs a ton of books. Really frustrating how much she needs. Marinix, I probably won't book for a while. I've got too much backlog. So, but Riho, for me, I would use her in an arena team, and she needs it all on this one. So it's a high value book because it's all going to go in the cooldown. So it's okay. It's not a problem. I'm tempted by Basilius Ranus as well because this ability would be better when it's ascended because it has a chart in Hydra. Not Hydra, in Spider 25, it would make my Spider 25 runs a bit safer. Right, let's just do the champion training to get the Soul Stone, then we're going to jump into Hydra. Otherwise, we're never going to get to Hydra tonight. Yeah, the thing I think with passives you need to understand is passives, so things that just happen, like auras and like King, what's his name? Brago, Iron Brago. His passive works if he's alive at the start of round, but things like Siphi and Rota's passive, because it's an active passive, aka when it comes around it cleanses, if she's dead, it's no longer active. It's all about phases, and I've been doing a lot more like data mining and research into phases, trying to understand why some champions can do things without requiring accuracy and on weak hits and different things. But I still need some more time on that, and it's been really hectic the last 2 weeks trying to get like optimizer updates ready, trying to get all the new champions done, and just like not going insane at the same time. Don't be silly, Laszlo. I'm not part of the content creator program, remember? I don't get anything. Everything that I do in my account, I have to earn or buy. I don't buy books, though. I would say that. I've never bought books. I think there's only one time I've ever bought a book. And that was because I was desperate to book someone for content. But I generally don't buy books. I'll just use what I earn. I think I bought books coincidentally when I bought some... what did I buy? Void Shards. When I needed to get Fortis, they had that lightning pack where you had like books and Void Shards. I didn't buy the books, I bought the Void Shards. But otherwise I wouldn't buy books at all. I think they can be earned over time. Especially with Clan Boss and different things these days. It's quite easy to get books. I don't struggle. That does offend a lot of free-to-play communities who basically value books extremely high. But I don't value books that highly. I feel like I can get enough of them. Yeah, I mean, we have expenses. It's not coming out of my pocket directly all the time. I do spend on my own account, my own money as well, naturally, but we do have expenses. What are the conditions for passes to work if a champion is dead, or is it case by case? It is unique, Koala, based on that. So, for example, Iron Brago is a good example. You can work this off. Iron Brago's passive fires in a phase at the start of a round. So at the start of a round, he will boost everyone's defense. But if you start a new round and he's already dead, well, that skill can't fire anymore because he's dead. He's not alive at the start of the round. So therefore, his passive, which gives you defense, doesn't work between rounds if he is already dead, but it will remain active if he was alive at the start of the round. Whereas something like, I'm trying to think who's alive, whose passive persists. I don't really think there's that many, to be honest. There's not many passes that persist if they're dead. It's all about when it fires, see? It's got to be fired at the start of the round. Capture and watching stream, consistent 7 seconds. Well, it's not that's pretty good. Though I would say, Wolfie, your gear is probably a lot higher than most people, right? You've got to put that in context. I'm guessing he's well built when you do that test. How much do we need? I hate doing champion training. I've had enough of champion training lately. I need the book, so that's like 2,000. Alright, guys. We're going to upgrade someone to rank 6. Who do we upgrade? Community voting. Let's do a poll. Let's see if I can remember how to do a poll. Who could we rank 6? We could do Snick Track, Valkyrie, Shemnath. Who else have I got? I have a lot of useless champions. I kid you not, I've managed to pull so many fusion champions. It's like an achievement. This Turvold is forever staying in a reserve vault. He's never coming out. This Turvold is cursed. He's the 60th Void Shard Turvold, the one that I went for guaranteed, and I got him at 60th Shard and it ruined everything. He's forever staying in this vault. He's never going to empower my Turvold. He's going to remain there as a cursed object with all my hatred. Such a stupid system. I don't know. I think we're going to create a poll. Who to 60? We're going to have Valkyrie, Shemnath, trying to add people into this list. Trying to think as well who would be useful for my account as well. And we'll also add Snake Track. Come on in, guys. Vote away. Who should we 60? I'll 60 the top two. I'll 60 the top two. Well, the problem, Bill Hall, is when you pull the Turvold on a 60th shard, not only do you lose the guaranteed, because you can't get the guaranteed anymore, you also reset your mercy. So technically, I was on track to get 2 Void Legendaries, but I got only 1, and it was a dupe already because I already had Turvold. So it was even worse. Like, yes, it gave me Faction Guardians, but it was awful experience. Like, it felt so bad to get 60 deep, and then get the Void Legendary pop, and then it be the champion you've already got. So you reset your mercy, you lose the extra Turvold. So I could have at least got a +2 Turvold or something. Can't even do that. It's awful. I have so many... Look how many epics, right? So for content, I've got Boltsmith, Negorio, Tomoa, Delver, Eren Eris for something we were testing last stream. I've also got Ziichi and Franox, all that I need to do videos on. But I've got to mastery them. Franox is done now. I'll show off Franox in Hydra. This should be quite fun, actually. Oh, yes. Ooh, Snake Track is winning. That's a close one. So Valkyrie would be quite useful in arena defense. My goals at the moment is to create more arena defense options and just content, really. I don't need any champions more than I've already got, but it's cool, fun champions, right? Do you know what? I have a trend talking about that, Andrew. My trend at the moment is pulling legendary champion souls I don't own. I got Sigmund the other day. I just got a Turvold before. I got Brachus before. I don't know how I'm managing to get legendary souls for champions I don't own. Considering I have quite a lot of legendary champions. I think there's a bit, Karen, but not much, yeah. And he's relatively new. I think he's actually quite good. So what are we going to get then? What does it show? There we go. So we're going to do Snake Track Valkyrie. We're not doing the Shemnath. Okay. Surprised by that. Got to level him up, though. My spirit pots are still recovering from the trauma of the last fusion, where it was like 16 freaking spirit champions. It's the only problem when they pick the same rare. You kind of have to index all the way into one affinity for the fusion. So you end up burning a lot of just one type of poison, one type of potion. It's really frustrating. Like spirit, again, I'm just blowing all my spirit pots again. Well, we can save some here by using some level 1s. You want to see the statue? I might do another one as well because I can't be bothered to do all. I got loads. Like, I got so much I can... Not struggling at all. Should we do Shemnath as well? We'll do all three. Why not? I'll use him at some point. Just add him to the backlog. Let's use you, and you. Is Nick Track any use? I think he's a really, really good ally protector. I think he's also one of the best, if not the best, reflect champion. In content, I think in Hydra, he's very good. Like, if you imagine for Hydra, like, I can't use him today because he's not built, right? He's only got, like, no masteries. He is partially booked. But in Hydra, you get an ally protection plus the reflect damage. So that reflect is going to do damage back to the Hydra. That's good. If you've got a consumed champion, then anytime that Hydra head does damage, he's going to take damage. You also get like a big amount of reflect damage here. And anytime someone gets attacked with a reflect, he's going to place leech. If he places a shield with the leech out there, you're going to get a protected shield, so that can't be stolen. He also has a single target decrease attack, which is a 100% chance when he's targeting a leech. So his kit feels really good. He heals himself, which is great. So it keeps himself alive from all the damage. I think he's awesome for Hydra. How much did that get us? And we just 6-starred 3 champions. We still have another like 1,200 to go. Well, what we can do is we can partially level them. We can partially level this dude. Right, just throwing 15 potions here. I'm so overtraining right now. I've done so much champion training lately. I need a, like... I might have to skip the next fusion. Just because I need time. Sorry to throw off topic, but could someone let me know whether shield set is based off the wearer's HP or the HP of each ally? The shield set is the wearer. Any bolster or shield set is the wearer of the shield. Divine shield set is, again, the wearer, but it's only for themselves. So... Snip Track and War Chief, yes, they would. Because War Chief's passive is a different reflect. So the reflect buff is one. The shield, then the buff is another one. Yeah, Lego books is why you do training. Normally, I don't always go for the book. But because I'm close, because I wanted the Soul Stone, I'm going for the book. That should be it. Oh, how much more have I got? Oh, I'm so close. Still do it. There we go. We got the book. Training's done. I had to do it tonight because it's going to expire. Right then. Should we pull this tier 2? See what we get? What do we reckon? Will it be gold? Actually, I should check my wish list now. I still want him. Still want him. Yeah, still want them. I ain't really changing any of these. I don't have Lissandra, and I don't think I will do the fusion. Is that a dumb decision? I don't think any... If you skip a fusion, it's never dumb. I think you should pick up the Epic. Because I think he's good. I did 6-star Shemnath. I did. Oh, you think I'm going to get a 6-star Shemnath? Well, I don't know about that. Come on, then. Oh, it's epic. No. Ay. Well, at least I can sell the 1-star now, right? I don't need the 1-star if I've got a 3-star. Yay. Fun. Like, 3-star is just useless. I keep them just in case it might get useful in the future. That was worth all my effort. Anyway. Such is life. Let's have some fun. Let's get some Hydra done. So, normal, all we do is we nuke. So we're going to bring Franox. We're gonna bring Fushan. Oh, I don't really think we can bring him. Probably need a Shamael in here. So the goal with normal here is I'm just bringing 6 damage dealers. I don't really care. I just want 6 damage dealers. I'm going to smash it to pieces. Where's my Shamaels? Let's bring number 1. We probably need like a block debuffs. Or cleanse. Let's just bring... Because I don't want to provoke, right? I don't want the Wrathhead to provoke me. So we could just bring my 6-star Doom Priest. That has no use. There you go. And we'll just bring Seeker. That should do it. See how that goes. Do you think that will do 2 times spiders for the new faction soon? Probably. Probably. Have you tried Nightmare much? No. 3 stars useless. Well, 3 stars aren't so much useless. It's the fact that Rian the Conjurer is a debuffer and a reviver. So there are no good blessings for a reviver or a debuffer. You rely on stats, and most of those stats come at 4 stars. So what I'm saying the 3 stars useless is the blessings themselves are useless. So I think eventually I think they're going to have to adapt it, and I think they might change it. Marcin, I did bug report it, and they came back to me and said that it'd been passed from the community managers to the developers. So I think there's potential. So as with anything here, we're hoping he's going to provoke. Great, awesome. Now we just start hitting this Torment head. You go smash that. How high do you think we can get Fortis to hit here? How high? Keep in mind, I've hit 400,000. I think I've done 400,000 on Clan Boss with not Fortis, sorry. Franox. Bliminek. Can't say the names properly. 150,000? Come on, Helder. Up your game. That's my thinking, Karem. I think they will add more, and then there could be something good. So I'm keeping them at all costs. This is why I added Doom Priest into this build, because of all of this. But she's coming last, so everyone's going to get a turn before it. That's really annoying. Doom Priest, you are terrible. Let's bring in Roggers. 1.3 million. I think he's going to be in the million mark. We'll find out. If I can set it up properly. It's all about getting the right setup. And I gotta provoke. No. Reset. No. I mean in one hit. I mean in one hit. So I'm going to be on a decapitated head. Yeah, Marcin, as I said, I did the same thing. I basically contacted them, and I got a response back from the mods in sort of official Discord to say, yeah, we're looking into it. So whether they will or not, we'll find out. Oh, yeah, I don't have weaken, do I? Let me get... Yeah. Yeah, Hydra's endgame content, guys. The good thing with normal now is normal you can do what I'm doing here. With normal, you can literally put any combination of champions and you will probably get there, right? That's the change they did with normal. So there's always accessibility for new players. They can just throw 6 champions in and get yourself some normal chests. $1.1 million, eh? Okay. Just gotta get this head killed. I'm trying to hold the A2 so that we get it, so we can set it up properly. Hopefully I get back around to Brogni before that Wrath head goes again. Yeah, cool. It's fine. We're going to get it from Protraxa now. Nice. Thanks for the Provoke Seeker. Right, there's the kill. So now, we should just be able to set this up. We go. Weaken. 400k there. Whew, that's pretty nasty. Here we go. What can we get? Decreased defense. Everything's set up. 500k. Can we get Provoke back out on this? Yeah, nice. What do we reckon? 1.1 million? This is a 9.2 times multiplier. 9.2. Not quite level 60. Is mastered. Boom. 1.1 million. Whoever had 1.1 million, Helda, congratulations. It's a little bit dumb, isn't it? 1.1 million. She's not even like fully leveled. I'm pretty sure I can get it more than that. I could probably get it to like 1.5. We could have crit damage up here. Increase crit damage. Now all I care about is just getting to the end. Franox A2 is crazy damage. It's really fun. Boom. We're close. 6.3. She's new, yeah. She's like a patch ago. The awkward part about it is you kind of need like the right setup. It's the only awkward part about her. You need kind of like in Clan Boss, she can be awkward on Affinity because you kind of need to stop the buff going up and she needs to steal it and you need to get it in the right cycle. But other than that, if you can get a scenario where there's no buffs up, she hits so hard, like you just saw, 1.1 million. Not even Fenax A1 can hit that 1.1 million, and my Fenax is well built. This isn't the best build ever. You know, if I target this head over here, it's 136k without decreased defense. It's really strong. Yeah, exactly. It's on a 3-turn cooldown as well. It's pretty quick to get back to. We there yet? 6.1. Well, not quite. This is a bit tetchy, this. Might not get this done. What's the limit? 6.6. Yeah, we're a bit far, aren't we? I don't know if we're gonna do this. We might have to remake. Let's be doing all this for fun. We didn't actually add enough damage. Probably swap out Baron. Oh, it's close. 6.4. 5.6. Oh, he's going to get his shield. We're tickling it. When's the podcast dropping? Either tomorrow or Wednesday. We tried to get it out Friday, but we had a bit of a backlog. 6.6. Easy. Easy. The power of Brogni. Easy. 6.8. Wasn't even close. Have I seen there's a bug on Soul Reaper? What's the bug, Rez? 1.8 million. Boom. Yeah, she's really good. Like, as I said, with Franox, the awkward thing about setting it up is you need to have the right cycle with her A3 and the A2, right? So the A3 can get rid of the buff off the clan boss. If you can cycle it on Affinity where it strips the buff, then places block buffs, or you place the block buffs then, and then you've got that A2 up. She hits really hard on clan boss, like 400, like 4 to 500,000 on Ultra Nightmare. And the build that I've got her in is nothing super crazy, I don't think. She's not max level. She is up to War Master, so I've got her in like standard kind of masteries, right? The A3 is not booked at all. This is booked. You get a lot of damage on here, 30%. She's not fully geared out yet, so I've still got crit damage I could have got here. There's probably potential for some damage up here. Like if I roll crit rate, I could rebuild her a little bit. But she's running at like 5.9k attack, 205% crit damage. It's not crazy build. If you put her in Savage Lethal, like a lethal build, and you start picking on one of those Hydra heads, you could get a 1.5 million, I think, quite comfortably. Quite comfortably. That's quite low crit damage, isn't it? Like, she starts at 60%, but I think she's in... well, she's in crit damage gloves, but I just think she's in, like, my weaker gear. Like, this isn't max, so she's missing some attack up here. Again, it's not a crazy build. She's in my weaker gear. She's not in my high damage gear. So this is pretty good, though, 60% with 20%. She's in some decent stuff. You know, she's not in terrible gear. Don't get me wrong. Like, this is a bit gross. I know you're all saying, why haven't I got this on my Gaius? Blah, blah, blah. I get it. Yeah, I know. I'm dumb. I don't have my Gaius built yet. That's pretty gross, I'll admit. You know, we do have some pretty good gear on Gaius. Obviously, that would be accuracy I would need, but, you know, we have some interesting banners here. But she's in decent gear. She's not anything crazy. Right, so that's one run done. We've got 2 more to go. Let's crack on. Let's do Brutal next. Did you read about the glitchy thing I said before? Clicking on the events button sometimes glitches and it shows different banners. Yeah, it's placeholder. It's not, it's Warboy, isn't it? They normally placeholder Warboy behind this. Absolutely, Johnny. I actually think single target nuking and Hydra is very powerful. Fenax, for example, on normal hits like a truck. And actually, Fenax in general for Hydra is great. Look what you get with Fenax. Okay, challenge is keeping him alive, but you get a single target decreased speed and a decreased defense on a 4-turn cooldown. AoE block buffs on an 80% chance. That's pretty good. Obviously, we get bombs here. You can ignore that. But it's on a 4-turn cooldown. It's not perfect. It's not amazing, but it's good. And then you get this big hit. That hit is huge on a decapitated head. Any debuff, really strong. Where was it? Where was it? No sets 5 stars, especially on 2 turns. Where was the bug about Soul Reaper update? Rez, I'm curious. What's the bug with Soul Reaper? Husk or Royal Guard for Hydra? Royal Guard has the decreased speed, Carter. But Husk is tankier. So it depends what you prefer. I prefer Husk because you get a provoke on the A1, which you might need if you're not building something for that. He's also easy to keep alive. But it doesn't, like, you trade in like decreased speed for basically survivability. And an A1 decreased defense, don't forget that. Can I show my Shamael's build? To be honest, they're half busted. But yes, I can. I barely use Shamael because it hasn't been in rotation for such a long time. Where are they? They're sitting in vaults somewhere. So one is built like in regen. That's the one I just used there. Regen damage. Then one of them is built in sort of a guardian slow. So he's just built slow. He's more of a mischief tank. He's designed to stay alive. And then the other one I built in... let me get rid of that. Stop. Deselect. Deselect. Thank you. 2 is built in basically some... 2 is more of a damage Shamael. Basically. 100%. Too much. But they're not built properly. This one here, the number 3, is the one that's built for Hydra bet more than anyone else. This one. Because you want him slow, because he's going to get turn me to himself. Guardian is just to basically absorb damage onto him. He's built tanky, he's going to stay alive, and he's built high resist. Very high resist. Can I show my Fenax build? Yeah. Then we've got to get on to Hydra. He's in lethal crit damage. 6.1k attack, 267% crit damage, 210 speed. He's in my good lethal gear. My strong lethal gear. Right then. let's get on with another Hydra run. We're going to do Brutal now. The King of Hydra is going to make an appearance. Wouldn't the high resistance Shamel need Blood Shield? No. Why would he need Blood Shield? See, if Fortis in this encounter had something he could do with Fears, like maybe he works if Fear is placed on me, right? Cool, then I can use Fortis here, but he's utterly useless because none of his kit activates here. So disappointing that there's not an alternative, because in these kind of long form fights, you would get a lot of value out of him. So disappointing. I can't even tell you how frustrated I am. Hey, Yanis, how you doing? To stop Mischief tanking, I guess. Mischief will always pick him because he's going to be slow, basically. And to be honest, I normally pair him with lots of tanky resist, like Cantress tanky resist. I'm going to bring Rithala, and we're going to bring Ugo. I actually have, for this week, this old fancy week, we can make a blessed Ugo. We can all vote on what blessing I should use, because I haven't got a clue. Let's bring Aneri as well as my other champions net. Where's Aneri? Do I need Godseeker Aneri? Let's just throw Doom Priest in for funsies. What has she built? Not really, but she is sort of. Let's throw in for funsies. Actually, no, I don't want to throw in for funsies. I want my Aneri out. She's so much better. We actually have Aneri awakened as well. Do I do account takeovers? I do not, but we do have the takeovers on the website. But it's something I'm probably going to explore with members eventually. So I've been thinking about how we can update the memberships tool. Like, obviously memberships is a thing with YouTube. I haven't put much thought. We've got it enabled at the moment, and it's good to see that some people, like Yanis here, is a member. It's pretty cool. I want to give value to people who want to support the sort of this stream, this team, like myself and HH Game Network in it thing. Obviously, we've got the memberships on the website, so it's a different thing. So what we might have on YouTube is, if there's enough memberships going around as a perk for being a member, we might do takeovers, we might do coaching live on stream. But at the moment, I think there's only like 4 or 3 members. So once that grows bigger, we could do like exclusive membership content. But at the same time, I don't want memberships to be like, oh, you know, another money grab kind of thing. It's more like if people want to support the stream and they're enjoying the streams, they want to become members, then I want to give them some sort of value for that membership. I don't want to just, like, you know, take the membership and do nothing with it. So I'm working on that. Bit by bit, we're becoming a professional streamer. I've got the kit now. I'm not revealing any sort of leaked strategies, leaked passwords. We're getting there. By the way, I managed to fuse one of the epics and I'm sitting on 2 more raids. Still not sure if I can get Morrigan. So Helda, if you've been doing all the events, you should be on 8 Kates. So if you've fused 1 epic and you've got 2 more Kates, you're 2 behind. Do the decrease. Yeah, that's what I think, Yanis. I think we should have cruelty on one of these. The thing is, do I put it on Ugo or do I put it on Godseeker and Aneri? When Soul Reaper is activated, the target dies before the Reaper is hitting. Ruz, I've noticed, and I don't know if anyone else in chat has noticed, things are happening quicker than they're showing in the game. Let me show you an example, right? If you if you take, for example, like, have I got someone without a glyph right now? Got a piece without a glyph? Someone not glyphed? Oh, you're not glyphed. So if we glyph, for example, watch what happens when I use a glyph. The number will show up before I've done it. See? I think they've changed something performance-wise in the game. When you run Fire Knight, the Fire Knight shield flips a lot quicker. When you're doing other things in the game, things feel a little bit like snappier. So I think with this update, they've released a performance release within the game to try and improve like lag. And I think it's helped. I do think it's good. Now, whether or not the Reaper is a bit of a weird thing where the Reaper is coming before they've died or after they've died. I've seen that a few times as well. I don't think it's a bug. I think it's just that they've changed some of the way that the engine is firing to try and improve the lag in the game. So it does feel better. Now, whether or not we've got it fully under control is another thing altogether. Like tag team, I'm sure there's some animations that are a bit glitchy together, but the game does feel a lot snappier since the last patch, which I think is good because it was getting a bit ridiculous. Yeah, tag is a bit of a horrendous thing. So what are we thinking? Blessings wise, I've obviously already got things. Hey, Dreadnought, thanks for becoming a minion. Thanks for the membership. That's the thing. If we get more members, then obviously I'll probably start doing more different content to give value to my members. You know, we could do like coaching only streams, like a pre-HH warm-up stream on a Sunday. We might have some like member only video content going out. That could be quite cool. But again, I don't want it to become like, you know, you need to become a member. I just want to add value to everyone who's coming. People who come just want to chill and chat and have a stream, and people who actually want to support with memberships. I want to make sure that everyone feels like they're getting, you know, value for what they want to bring. So that's the plan. We'll see how it goes. We're growing. It's going well. At the moment, I think it's just a basic membership in. What I like about YouTube, which is different to Twitch, with Twitch, if you want to sub, you just like have to pay a $5, £5, whatever it is. It's like fixed. The creator can't do anything. You can't do anything. With YouTube, we can set a cheaper rate or we can set a more expensive rate if we want to, right? That's why you can become a member for less money on YouTube than you can on Twitch. And I think that's a really good idea because it means that we can like set up the memberships to be better. We can set it for different prices. We can set it up, you know, for different things. And I think giving more flexibility to me as a creator to give more back to the community is much better than Twitch's model, which is pay $5, you get half. You know, like we can set up different emotes. I'm looking at potentially having like more chat functions and features for members and stuff. But I'm still learning as well as we go with YouTube. It's still a relatively new concept for me. Like I've only been streaming for about a couple of weeks now, so. Advanced quest for crafting now jumps up to swift parry. Well, come on now, Steve. You didn't expect them to release a patch and not have bugs. Come on. Hey all, hope everyone is well. Just farming Spider 16 in 2 minutes. And just had a quick look at the team options. There's a 52nd level 25 team hiding in my champions. Should I skip the fusion and sort? It's up to you, Andy, really. The thing I would always say with fusions, you get into a Spider 25 team with that kind of peat space isn't going anywhere. You can do it in like 6 months, you can do it in 2 months, you can do it in 12 months. You've got a fixed time limit with the fusion. So you've always got to keep that in mind, that the fusion has got a time expiration on it. That doesn't. You can always get to that. You've always got time to catch up with that. So keep that in mind. Any reason gift membership's not an option on the channel? I don't even know if it's enabled. Is Fiction in the chat? Let's just message Fiction. Fiction is the man of my YouTube mastery. He sorts on me all out, basically. He kind of does. He's like, he sent me a message when we first started this. I've turned on memberships. We'll see how it goes. I'm like, okay, thanks. And it's kind of gone from there. So, Fiction the boss. Hello, chat and favorite. Love to watch your live streams on YouTube. Thank you for your work to help players and community on this fusion. I think I'll be going for epics and rares. Can't finish the fusion. I'm glad you find the content useful. That is why we do these things. I hope everything I do makes the game more enjoyable and more interesting for players. And you're not going to be alone. I think 80% of the player base is going to be in your position, where it's just a stretch to get the fusion and they're just going to stick with an epic. But hey, at least the epic is solid, right? I mean, I know people were disappointed it got nerfed. I still think he's better than Ornn. And obviously, like, the better champions like Theodore. Theodore's out of the question. He's a much better sort of solo champion. But I still think Ornn can solo really well. I think he is a solidly safe dragon solo ice golem killing boss machine. I think he's solid. So keeping an epic is not so bad. But yeah, so what were we thinking? I think cruelty on Ugo is a good idea, right? You know, she does have only one AoE, but she's going to be doing it on 3-turn cooldown. So I think Cruelty is also 3 stars, so we get that 10% from 5%. So it's a better one. I think that's a good idea. What do you guys think? Yeah? Is Bad L better or faster? I think he's about the same. I think he's riskier. I think he requires more gear. Bad L. Also, you got to remember Bad L's legendary. So if you need to book him, you need to consume legendary books. Ornn is an epic champion. Epic books are more available. I know they've been taking them out of tournaments, but it's still a factor in my opinion. If you need to solo it, he can do it as good as Bad L, but he doesn't need legendary books and he doesn't need good gear. He can do it in less gear. Let's go with that one. What are we thinking about Godseeker and Neri? Neri's a difficult one. Now, in this team, we already have... I did have a 1-star Necmo, and I was really tempted to pick it up. But I'm trying to save my essence for bigger pieces or bigger pulls. And, you know, it's difficult. But in this team, we do already have Brimstone, so that's fine. We do have Soul Reap on Cantra. I really need to change this out to something better because I don't like it, but I'm not really sure what else to change it to. We already have some Cruelty out there, so we could go for like an Aura. That would give us more speed. Where is it? We'd get like 2.5% more speed. The problem with Miracle Heal, Ranesh, is it kind of sucks unless you're at max. So I've got a 30% chance to restore decreased max HP when healing. So it's not 100%, and it's going to be like 5%. So what I've noticed when I tested with Doom Priest is it kind of just negates the head of decay, but it doesn't really add any value. You don't get more healing. It doesn't really make a difference. So I don't really think it's worth it. I don't know. I just think it's just trash. I think it's good for negating. The other problem you've got is it doesn't work on continuous heals or leech. So if you have any form of other healing on any other champion, they don't have Miracle Heal, then you can't like catch up, because effectively you restore 15%, but the head of decay takes 15%. So you're at like a net neutral. So if you fall behind, you can never catch up. I feel like this should have been like 50%, because then at least it's a good counter, because if say like you heal for 10,000, you're restoring 5,000, you destroyed HP. The head of decay is still taking 15%, but you're still catching up. So you can bring other forms of healing. This only works if you have every healer and every form of healing, which is only direct heals, applying with it. Otherwise, you're always going to fall behind, and then it's just a wasted blessing. You might as well just take Phantom Touch for more damage. That's my opinion on that. Again, this Heaven Cast is not good for her because she doesn't do any debuffs on the A1. So that's not much use. She is only purely a healer. So this isn't going to be worth it. That's not going to be worth it. Iron Will. Not worth it. That will reduce the this would reduce the damage of the Head of Wrath, because that's obviously activated by other skills when it's not their turn. But it's only 5%. It's not like it's breaking any boundaries. I can command in presence. Yeah, but I don't have Intimidating in my team anyway, so that's good. Again, like, even Phantom Touch is a bit naff on her because she's not attack-based, she's defense-based. So it's a difficult one for an Neri. This is the problem with, like, there's no blessing for someone who can absorb damage. There's no blessing for debuffers, and there's no blessing for healers. In my opinion, this should be 100% chance to restore decreased max HP. She restores 50%. All other forms of healing is improved by 10%. Like, it can go 2, 4, 7, 10. Or even 3, 6, 9, 12%. Give it just a base increase in performance of healing. Come on, like, we're not asking for much. Give me 12%. But, like, that would make at least Miracle Heal a healing blessing. So someone like Wither the Crowned could take Miracle Heal and improve the heals. It also needs to apply for continuous heals as well, not just direct heals. And the same thing, like, let's just delete one of these, because they're useless. And let's make a tank absorption thing, like, you know, maybe absorbs 10% of all critical damage from all allies receive. Something like that. Something like an Asuga passive light in a blessing. That would be better, I think. If we do that, great. Then we actually have some more variety in blessings, but ultimately blessings are, do I do damage? If so, I've got Cruelty, I've got Crushing Rend if I'm 6 out of 6, and I've got Brimstone. Do I want to stop debuffs? So I've got Polymorph, and I've got Lightning Cage. And then it's like niche scenarios where, you know, Iron Will, a Heaven Cast on Seeker is really good. Iron Will is really good in certain situations. Faultless Defense is really good into Affinity Clan Boss, but nowhere else. It's just too niche then. It just becomes all these useless ones. Like, come on. 15% chance to remove a debuff on a 3-turn cooldown, and then a 25% chance that I might get a 10% turn meter. Like, what? Like, this is utterly useless. It's never going to happen in a scenario where I've got these debuffs. Ever. We only advise it because it's got 40 accuracy. So useless. The Dander Bear, thank you for becoming a member. Hey, we're all kicking off today. Welcome, welcome. This is actually insanely strong from Affinity Clan Boss. I cannot tell you how strong. It's like, I think when I did the math, it's about 46% damage reduction. This is as good as Ally Protection in Affinity Clan Boss. It is insanely strong at 6 out of 6. To which I think Mullet Reaver, who is the king of Mischief, he's the king of Infinity Comp, isn't he? I'm pretty sure he uses this on his Corpulent Cadaver to reduce the amount of shield he loses on Affinity Clan Boss. It's really strong. Honestly, Ranger, I don't think you're going to see the new faction wars for the Sylvan Watchers for at least 5 months. It was about 6 months for Shadowkin. I think it's going to be a lot longer. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't just include the Epic. It's like some people have argued the Epic is too strong. And I'm like, well, if that's the case, just put a different Epic in. But not having an Epic in a fusion when it's a new faction as well. Like, be nice to people. Come on. Yeah, I think Shadowkin was like 6 months or so. And keep in mind, Shadowkin got Ninja as well. So they're going to give some... We'll get a times 10 on these champions. We might get a guaranteed champion. We might get a free login champion. It could be like the next login champion or something. We're going to get more champions given to us for this faction. Because it can't just like go, hey, here's a new faction. Now go do faction wars. They wouldn't do that. Yeah, Demitha was a really strong Epic. I think that was a legendary in disguise. So yeah, so I think for this Aneri, I think Commanding Presence, she gets HP, she gets a bit of aura. Like Crushing Rend is useless, Incinerate, she doesn't do burn, Survival Instinct. Survival Instinct could be good, but it's only 2%, it's nothing crazy. Not gonna do that. Hero Soul. Now I have wondered about Hero Soul and Hydra, because it would be 12% more damage. I need to do a bit of testing on Hero Soul. I got to get back to doing some Blessing Spotlights as well, so... I think I'd go Commanding Presence. Wouldn't that be nice? But you know what I mean? Like, when Shadow King came out, we got a lot of opportunities. Like, if you think Kyoku was a guaranteed summon, we had Gamaran was a guaranteed summon, we had Ninja was a free champion that everyone got. There was loads of champions that came out from the faction that were easily given. Wasn't Gembo like a guaranteed void as well? I seem to think. There was loads of champions that came out that we basically built up to the extent that when I started doing faction wars, I was like, it's going to be easy because they've just given us so many good champions. So... Hadasel, if you don't get that rare from a shard, you could be in trouble. Now, the only good thing is it's a rare champion, so you could get it from mystery shards, you could get it from ancient shards on the weekend if you're pulling. You're going to have to pull for the summon rush. You could do it, but if you've missed one, you're at risk. Hey, Saf, Nuka or Mad Bomber for Gaius? Don't have Soul Drinker, I have War Mother. Nuka or Mad Bomber? Who's a Mad Bomber? Oh, I see what you mean. Do you want to do on-hit damage or do you want to do bombs? He hits pretty hard, but bombs would be the way to go. You would use him only into like Stone Skin type of teams, probably. Otherwise, it's just better off to use a standard nuclear, I think. Yeah, Jeremy, I'm going for this because I'm a collector. Right, I'm going to pick Aura, I think. I think it's the best one. Yeah, we're going to go Aura. Okay, let's get this run done. Let's just make sure our elves are getting their training going. That useless Guardian Ring. Right, so we needed Necmo, we needed Kantra, Mithrala, Ninja, Ergo Godseeker. Is Painkeeper good without Man-Eater? It's good for Dark Elves. I think it's good for some secret rooms, maybe. But she's really, her job is Bat-Eater. What do you think of Theodore and Ornn together? Yes, potential. I would imagine you don't need the Ornn. The Ornn will slow you down. Because Theodore is just busted strong. Can you read the message you are replying to? It sometimes gets confusing to understand your answer. Yes, I can, Karem. I will remember to read the question. What I need to do, actually, on the feed, me and Fiction need to figure it out, because it's different to the way Twitch works, is on the left here, get the chat in as well. But it's a bit different on YouTube, because you can see the chat as well. So I need to get my head around it a little bit. But I will make sure I read the question before I answer. If only Cantress passive was bookable. I don't think it matters. It's alright. Just build it faster, right? My Cantress built insanely. I say this every time, because I think people will look at this build and go, what the hell? It's built for Bormal. That's why the resist is so high. It's built for Bormal. Isn't chat on the right? I don't know, Jeremy. YouTube is meant to be like on the right all the time. Because to some extent, I was thinking about putting chat into the actual stream. But then chat replays on the VOD, so it's a bit weird. Danda, they always do this. Like, Champion Chase never falls nicely in line. Sometimes it will fall in line for the times to Ancient, but it doesn't always. It's a bit frustrating. Right then, let's go. Now, I don't have a counter for the Fearhead here. Because I don't need it. I basically just tank the Fears for a while. Oh yeah. If I had a Krisia, Dave, use a Krisia for Hydra. I would love to. Oh, thank you. There was me saying, it's a shame we can't book Cantress passive, and she didn't provoke on that first turn. Are you on desktop, Jeremy? Yeah, they design it, Danda. So, with the ×2 summons, they design it in a way that sometimes you get the chase with ×2 Ancient, but often the ×2 will always fall with the chase, not the summon rush, especially Sacreds. Sacred really falls in times of summon rush. There we go. We're good now. $50-50. Oh. It's a shame, isn't it? 50-50. Oh, we're 50-50 in today. He didn't. Oh, damnation. This is, I hate Brimstone. Brimstone is naff for Hydra. Yeah, when you go full stream, you won't. I think I need to put the chat in the window, so we'll probably do that at some point. I just got to figure out how to make it work, because it's different to Twitch. You can pop the chat window out and move it around, yes. There's a way you can embed it within, like, OBS, the streaming software, but I'm not entirely sure how it works. Again, Fiction is the man I go to for these sorts of things. They should make the poison burns. Well, this is the thing, Dave. If they make the poison burn blessings work in PvE, can you imagine how much gross Theodore is going to become if now all of his poisons are like double the strength? That's why they put the cap in place, not because they want it to be a PvP blessing, because of how utterly broken this would be. If you imagine I can get double the amount of damage, essentially, or like 1.5 times more HP burn in Hydra. Can you just imagine how strong that would be? How utterly broken it would be. There's a reason why they've done it this way. What is the best blessing? Whoa, that's a loaded question. In what context? This run is not going as well. as it normally does. It's looking a bit sketchy right now. The head is... My RNG with fears at the moment is awful. Yeah, I think it would be more broken, Dave, to have those blessings work in PvE than it would be for Acrizia. Acrizia, the thing about Acrizia, she is good for PvE content. She is strong because she's enemy max HP, but she's not to the point where she can like one-shot anything in 10 seconds. Like Theodore can do Fire Knight in like 30 seconds now. Theodore can do Ice Golem in like 22 seconds. Like, you make him so that his poisons do 7.5% instead of 5%. He's going to do it another 10 seconds faster. It's going to be too strong. So that's why they capped it to those two. Because I think, you know, you think here, right now a burn is capped at max value. So it depends whether the blessing would overwrite the cap hit. Probably wouldn't. But it would be too strong. But the problem is, because they did that, then everything else around that blessing is now useless. Because it's the two effects you don't use in PvP. I'd love Michinaki as well. I think he's so good here. We actually have a problem here. We didn't get enough debuffs out. But I think we're okay. Tell you which blessing is, which mastery is coming in really handy against this fear boss. The one that gives you a 30% chance to place block debuffs. That's working out real nice right now. It's working out really, really nice. What's the best blessing to use for Hydra? Cruelty and Crushing Rend, if you can get 6 out of 6. I think they'll rework Poison and HP Burn Blessing because they must know by looking at the data by now that nobody's using those blessings, that they're utterly useless. Because they are. I think we need a blessing that has a chance to place a debuff with protection mode on. I also think we need to have a debuff, a sort of a healing blessing. And I think we also need to have a blessing that assists tanks in tanking damage. Because they don't have one right now. Like, there's nothing in any of those masteries, those blessings that actually directly allows like my Asuga to live longer or my Asuga to perform better at tanking damage. You know, I can pick some blessings that basically, you know, help in terms of keeping them alive, like for pure stats. But the CC, like even the CC blessings, they're useless. When would you use a CC blessing? Because the odds of them landing are so low. The only good ones is the rare that basically gives you turn meter whenever you receive a debuff. I think that's the only good one that is about a CC. The rest of them are just useless because they have so low chance to apply, you're never going to realize the actual blessing. What stats you prioritize? So my ninja's actually not built specifically for Hydra, but he is built in like relentless, but high resistance, high defense. High accuracy. He's built for boss killing. We're actually a little bit in trouble here. Because of this. I didn't get decreased attack out. We're in real trouble here right now. Can I rescue this situation? That's good. Need ninja out. That's not good. Okay, we got to revive. Okay, ninja's out. I think we're okay now. It's a bit sketchy for a second there. Sorry guys, I'm just focusing on this a second until I can figure out if I'm going to be able to survive this. Okay, we're good. I got a 6-star blessing for Mighty Uko. Nice. That's really good. This is brutal Hydra. And it is wrecking me right now because I'm getting bad rotations on the fears. Give Miracle Heal a week continuous. I just think Miracle Heal should go. Increases all healing by 25%. Then it's good, right? Because anyone who's a healer is getting 25% more healing. It's just flat good. It's really good then. But on its own, like, it has one place in the game, and that is to neutralize the Head of Decay, and it doesn't work that well. Yeah, that's a good option, Dave. I like that. Basically having a blessing that increases the extension. Basically has a 30% chance to extend the duration of a buff, or like a sniper one. I don't want to necessarily have blessings that do exactly what masteries do either, mind. I'd rather have a little bit more variation there, right? You don't want it to be like just copy-pasted from, you know, from masteries. You want some sort of variety there. So you have the option to have one or the other, or both. You don't want to have it just like combined. Is this how you normally use your Hydra keys? I don't auto, yeah. To be honest, I could probably find an auto key, but I quite like doing it manual anyway. I do it on stream so that people can ask questions at the same time. They can see how different combinations work. Sometimes I'll do it off stream if I have like a key that I have to use, like if I need the quest. Now this team is much better not on this rotation. When there's a Torment head up, this team struggles a lot more, as you can see. We're actually okay if we don't get a Torment head back, then you'll see the full value of how powerful this team can be. But on Fears, it just slows it down a bit. I want you because I want the reset. And Brimstone is a nightmare here. Because the thing with Brimstone is you want it on this head here. Head of Suffering. That's who we want Brimstone on. Because he's the only head that consistently and reliably can activate it. Every other head has problems. This is why Godseeker's in the team, Laszlo, for that clutch backup revives. Hey, so free to play and 270 days in. Just pulled Duchess. Okay, well done. Along with a 4-star blessing for Scylla the Drakes. How would you build these champions for all content? So I like to build Duchess the way you would normally build her for Arena. So you build her for like 250 plus speed. You build her with a decent amount of resistance. And you build her in Swift Parry. I just think that's a good all-round build for her. You can stick her in an Arena team. You can still use her for content. Thank you, Head of Decay. You stupid thing. Sorry. Mid-question. So that's how I build her. About 250 speed. Make her defensive and tanky. Basically make her so she can't die. So prioritize defense and HP. She does have a shield on the A1, so that's based off HP. That's good and worth having. That's how I would build her. In terms of Scylla the Drakes, you can build her either Relentless. Some people build her that way. You can build her with just tanky stats. She's defensive based, so that's nice. But you really want the A2 with the passive revive. I don't really use my Scylla the Drakes. Stalwart was quite good on my Scylla the Drakes when I used it. The new Defiant set will be as well. Ninja is a boss killer for me. That's his job in my account. He is like the best champion for just taking out bosses. I use him in Griffin. I use him in Iragoth. I use him on Dark Fae. I don't use him in Bommel. I think I use him in... I don't think I use him in Magma Dragon, obviously, because you don't want to be doing... Oh, God. I've just realized how nasty the head of Wrath looks. Okay, I got to focus a second here. We're okay. We survived. Just about. That was awkward. Yeah, but you've got to remember, Mike, I've got a cheat code. It's called Nekmothar. It's a blimming cheat code. I prefer Swift Parry on Duchess. I just think it's overall better. Right, let me get this reflect off you. Yeah, Sill's really good as a progression champion. It's not that she's bad, I just don't find many opportunities to use my Sill of the Drakes anymore. We've got a Torment head out on the second time, so this might be a failed run. We'll have to see. No, my ninja doesn't have any crit rate or crit damage. He's built for A2. He doesn't need any damage in that sense. I'll show the ninja build after if we manage to do this. I use Geo on the next team. Wicked. That's why Geo's not in this team. I only have one built at the moment, so I have him in the next team. Oh. At least we don't have the cleanse head out. We hit all fears there. Normally it's not so bad. Okay, we can extend. It's fine, I can take the hit. We're just trying to get our Ugo back out because we need the block buffs up, really. Nice. Nekmothar is a cheat code in this game. He's so good for this. I have him in like 260 speed relentless, and his job is just to basically keep cycling turn meter. This rotation is not the best without a Shamael, but it's fine. Here we go. Ugo's out. Mithrala's doing a lot of work here as well. Mithrala's making this team stable. If I didn't have Mithrala, we would be in a bit of spot of bother, basically. She's stabilizing this team. Let's get that out. Can we kill the Head of Wrath? Please. Look how useless Soul Reap is there. It just does no damage on Hydra because of the stupid way it's coded. Oh, come on. Please kill the Head of Wrath before he takes a turn. Here we go. I don't have Chronum Dave. I haven't done any of my referral accounts. It's really bad. I was thinking about doing them the other day, actually. You've never seen anyone use Hydra? This is insane for Bommel. I don't know if I can select it. Won't let me select. Give me the skill description. Okay, well, guess we're not using the skill description. I'll explain it now, Yanis. Does Theodore lose damage in the solo farm build? If so, how much? I don't think so, no. Obviously, if he hasn't got poisons to set him up, it won't be as quick as, like, say, you know, Theodore Calvalax, but he should be pretty quick. He's really, really fast. Thanks, Laszlo. Catch you again. So, the way that Soul Reap is coded, Yanis, on champions, it ignores all damage reduction effects, strengthen, masteries. It ignores 100% defense, and it will target anyone in that HP threshold. But it is an AoE ability. But on bosses, it doesn't ignore the damage reduction effects. So because of this passive here, decreases the damage all Hydra heads take from AoE attacks, the Soul Reap is coded as an AoE attack. And because this is a boss, it doesn't ignore that effect. So instead of it doing 100% of the remaining HP, it's 100% of the remaining HP times, you know, minus 1.3. Whatever this all adds up to. So it ends up being a lot worse for kind of boss content that has damage reduction passives in it, because it's not actually like ignoring everything like it's meant to. It's not written anywhere in the game in front end that it does that, but it is different for bosses than it is for champions. I don't know why, but it is. Now we're gonna hope this run is gonna live or die on whether or not we get the Head of Decay out next. Because if we get the Head of Decay out, we're in trouble. Do you think Plarium will be more likely to redesign the 2 epic PvP only blessings or scrap them? I think they'll scrap them. I think they'll scrap them fully. Oh, yes, we got the Brimstone Blessing on the best head, but he's got 2 cooldowns, so he's not going to use it. Holy... It's so bad, Brimstone in Hydra. It really is. You can never activate it. The damage is actually quite low on this run. I'm a bit concerned. Normally at 20 million by now. Got a lot to catch up. That's what I was afraid of. Okay, this could be kind of rip run in a second. Right, we can get block buffs out. Okay, that's good. That's good. Can we get a turn though? Probably not. I think it's going to cleanse. I think we're done. That's awkward. We'll get the decreased speed back out, which is nice. Whoa. Hey Deadbolt, how you doing? This run is looking dodgy. I don't think I'm going to 1-key this. I think I'm too low. Because the problem I've got is I am starting to lose like the consumption counter. That's the biggest problem we've got right now. We just had bad RNG because we've had the fear head out twice. Normally we don't get it back out for a while. It's not pumping enough damage out right now. That'll help. Okay, can we get Brimstone back out? Nice. The key is getting Brimstone out in the Head of Suffering all the time, because that's the best head to get it out on. Going to lose Necmo? Yeah, but it's alright. Well, I should have enough damage to get him back out. As long as it's on, you know, we've got Hex out there so we can target people. Ninja's now fully stacked up, so he is hitting pretty hard. I don't know who's going to consume him. As long as it's not the Head of Suffering, it's okay. The Head of Suffering is the nightmare because he does that extra turn. So you end up in a situation where you don't really have 5 or 4 turns. You have a lot less. I think it's really unfair that it does that. The referral grind is real. I joke with my cluster that I will do for referrals £1 per level. Yeah, I didn't really do all of them. I've got my, like, I said like ages ago, and I probably lied to it a little bit. I didn't mean to, but I was going to start a new account. I just haven't had time, really. But I have an account that I'm ready to use as one of my referral accounts that I do want to play because I want to keep in my mind what it's like to be a new player as much as it is possible. And sometimes when you're at my level of account, you forget how some things are really hard for new players. You think they're easy when they're not. So I do want to play that other account. I just haven't had time. I've been so busy lately with like the new patch, different updates. We've been traveling a fair bit as a company, you know. Amsterdam, we went to TwitchCon, then into trip to Romania for Odd One and Ivy Gaming's wedding. And I had COVID, so I literally have had like a period of 3 months where, to be honest, we haven't stopped. So at some point I need to get on that new account. It's my plan, but it's there. The good thing is it's not going anywhere. It's got some new champions, like it's got some epics that I can use on it, which is nice. I got in there before they cancelled all the referral keys. So I've got him. I've got my account at like day 13 and I have Ultimate Death Knight on him, so I should be able to see what it's like. Some people have said Ultimate Death Knight has really killed or really hurt the early game arena. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to suffer with it, but that's because I know what I'm doing. I know I can easily counter him with just raw AoE, and if I need to run a better AoE nuker, I will, because affinity is normally the issue more than anything else. If you can get a better affinity nuker, like a Chanuru or something else like that, it will solve the problem. See, Soul Reap is somewhat useful, because Soul Reap can finish off a head when it wouldn't have done before. I think it's okay. It's not as good as it should be. It should be killing any head as soon as it hits that threshold. And I do have a 5-star Cantra here, so that should be like 14%. We got a Brimstone proc on there that helped a load. Because it's actually on the worst head here. Now this is the awkward part. If we can get him out quickly, we can, I think, do this in one key still. It's gonna be close, but I need Necmo out as quickly as I can get him out. Come on, Necmo, get out of there. Come on, Necmo. Necmo. I hate it when it gets this low. You know the HP is not there anymore. There we go. Right, Necmo's out. 5 million to go. Can we do it? Right, who do we want to pick here? Well, we probably want to pick him. Because he hasn't got a provoke right now, but he should get re-provoked. The only thing you have to be careful with Mithrala when you target in here is you don't overstack the poisons for Cantra's provoke. I've done that a few times. At least we have no Fear Head out now, so actually, we should be okay. I should have cleansed Necmothar's heal reduction. This poison hit on hit is really high. It feels like it hits really hard compared to the rest. Okay, let's get this out. Nice. 26.2. We're getting closer. This has been a really rough run as well. Took a hit there. It's fine. It's amazing how much strength and decreased attack and not allowing him to buff really reduces the Head of Wrath stress. He can either one-shot you or do absolutely zero. If a Mithrala shield with that up, it's perfect. I want to Brimstone you if I can. I steal a protection? Nice. Has no problem beating up Ultimate Death. That's it, right? Once you get past a certain barrier, you can just overcome him with raw AoE damage. But I imagine some people are suffering under certain problems. $27. 3 million to go. Don't say that, Karem, because it can quickly turn in Hydra. Are you able to share what programming language your team uses at HH Gaming? Could you recommend some things to focus on for those hoping to work on apps like the Optimizer? So the Optimizer is a bit hybrid. The website front end on Optimizer is built in Angular JS, but the back end is built in a combination of like .NET, C#, and various different things, or C++. If Winston Wolf is still in chat, he'll probably know more in detail. Winston Wolf built the Mac Optimizer in Metal, which is Apple's coding language, I believe. In terms of our main website, we have a PHP WordPress style website, so a lot of it's built in like PHP and JavaScript. But yeah, the Optimizer is a little bit more hybrid. If you want to work more towards making apps or different websites, having a base understanding of like front end in terms of like C++, not C++, HTML, CSS, JavaScript is always good. A lot of developers these days are favoring React style programming, you know, JavaScript style. These days, like React, Next.js, AngularJS, they're much more preferred by people these days. I still really enjoy just pure CSS, pure PHP. I enjoy the good old fashioned scripting file. I know it's old. I know some people will smirk at me if they're developers, but I really enjoy. I think PHP just still stands the test of time as a good old-fashioned scripting. A lot of my tools that I use to analyze the static data I've written in PHP, and they work great. So I quite like Node.js as well. Node.js is quite good. Do you know what I wish they would add here for the consumption? An actual HP value remaining number. We've got total boss damage here. Can I just not have Hydra consumption HP needed to get my head Hydra? I don't know how much is left. It shows no HP bar, but he's still consumed. Can I have a number so I can like make a judgment of how close I am? That would be cool. That's a good UI. We talk about having UI improvements. That's a good UI improvement. Was adopting GPU support hard? So the GPU optimizer was an idea that Winston Wolf came up with and approached the team with, and that's kind of where it went from there. He actually found it reasonably okay to adopt Mac GPU because we didn't know how difficult that would be. But in the end, he found it not too bad. He could obviously like attest to that better. If you message him, he's probably more than happy to explain it. In terms of GPU, the way that it works, I think it's okay. I'll be honest, I don't know enough about the technicalities behind the scenes of how, to code the GPU. I trust sort of Winston Wolf to kind of know how it all works. And he kind of basically comes to me and says, I need the website to give this. So I say to him, I need the optimizer to receive this, and we make it work together. I'm much more of a front-end scripting kind of guy than a hardcore programmer, which is why the team works so well. We've got a nice balance right now. Yeah, PHP, Angular, like you kind of start in tiers, right? Everyone starts HTML and CSS with JavaScript. Then you move into like some basic scripting language and server-side coding in PHP. Nowadays, there's a lot more libraries around. So, React is really popular, Next.js, Node.js, Angular. You've still got the old-fashioned like .NETs and CSS, but they're kind of going out of fashion a little bit just because people prefer like the sort of Next libraries. Yeah, there's loads of lessons out there. Like I have never done a computer degree in my life. Everything I've learned about computers programming, I've learned myself. But there's loads of like Udemy courses you can do to get started. Loads of resources online. All the libraries have their own kind of documentation. You can read them, learn how to use everything. So I find coding is best done when you learn it yourself. I don't think coding is very well done if you're taught it, because you're then taught how to do it a certain way, when a lot of the times you want to learn how to do it your own way. And coding is very much like writing your own novel, right? You'll have your own style and language in your head about how you code. People comment differently, people structure things differently, and it is very unique. So yeah, PHP is kind of like the old granddad in the room that's still using it, right? Yeah, hell, I mean, you only have to look at, as you say, look at WoW, look at the way that, I think a lot of the plugins that WoW and like Lotro used to use, they used to use a different language. I can't remember what it's called now, but they had like their own kind of language to do add-ons and extensions, and they add a lot of value. Thanks, Dander. It's one of those things, like, I do have imposter syndrome sometimes. We've done this, by the way. I'm ending the battle because we've got to do another key tonight. 32.23 million. Ninja obviously is the primary damage. Like, you'll see, even though I've got Soul Reap on Cantor, it doesn't feel like she's doing any more than just a standard Nekmothar with War Master. So it feels like just Cantress, that Soul Reap just doesn't add enough value. It's good all round. I'll show you the builds now. So, Mithrala, in my opinion, doesn't get enough credit for how much damage Mithrala can do. Between Hex and Poisons, Mithrala is top tier in all content. But yeah, like Dan a bit, I know what you're saying. Like, I don't give, I sell myself short. I do have imposter syndrome sometimes where, because I'm self-taught, it's almost like, do I know what I'm doing a little bit? You learn on the job, like experience is more valuable than education in any scenario, right? Knowing how to do something yourself, independent of what someone has told you, is more valuable than getting a textbook and going, well, the book tells me to do this, right? So my main critics of in the UK at the moment are our medical systems have gone very much to, well, the computer screen says this, so you must be dying. It's like, well, hang on, you haven't asked the patient, you haven't used your experience, you haven't talked about anything, right? That's gone out the window. And it's a bit like that with coding, where I don't really think a textbook can teach you as much as you just going, well, what I want to do is build this, and then learning as you go. I need to add this, and you add it in, and then you learn how to make mistakes, and then you fix those mistakes, and then you improve as you go along. You write bad things, and then you learn how to do it properly afterwards. And I think is a better experience for learning than the book tells me to do this. Well, that's good. I know how to make the book work, but I don't know how to like do it without the book. So yeah, so track. So I've never really worked in a big team. When I started working with HH, the first time I actually worked with other people. So I was learning how to do like GitHub repositories properly, because at the time I'd used to just use everything on my own side of things. So learning how to do the fundamentals of team development, that does need to be taught, I think. You need to know how to collaborate. But actually like coding it yourself, as long as you follow good practices and understand the basics and fundamentals of coding correctly, I don't think you need an education for that. And the problem is, though, there's all like trying to get into development jobs is really hard if you haven't like worked in a team. So when I was looking to move jobs before I joined the HH team, I'd look around and there'd be some decent dev jobs, and I'd know how to do everything. I know to some extent. One job I applied for was one of the software that we were using in my old company. I knew how it worked better than some of the developers there because they'd only been there for 5 minutes. And I was telling them what the problem was, but because I hadn't worked in a development team, in a development environment, and a sort of a scrum or an agile kind of methodology, you always kind of got like, well, we don't really know you can do this job because you're inexperienced, even though you know what you're doing. So it's a bit awkward. It's like that balance still between you need an education and experience path more than what you know what you're doing, but you still need to know what you're doing. What are the chances that to get the same legendaries in a 2x event? It's quite low now, I'd say, unless you're in void legendary territory. I say it's quite low. I heard someone, I don't know if it was yourself, Mateus, or someone in the comments basically said they got 2 Michinakis on the weekend. I was like, that's crazy. Man, I'm curious about your opinion. Do you think after this hard fusion, Playroom will turn the wheel backwards and make the future and make the future once like they used to be more easy and chill, or keep making it hard? This isn't the hardest fusion we've ever had. We've had a couple of harder fusions. I mean, I remember one fusion back in 2019 or something where the champion training epic was like 29,000 points on a champion training event or something crazy like that. It was 25,000 points. That was a hard grind. We think the Brogni fusion, that was pretty tough. I don't think it's like, I don't think we've had I don't think this is the worst one. I don't think it'll change. I think the only thing with this one, because they didn't do what they normally do in Halloween, where they have the epic fusion for like a fortnight, then into Halloween, we had the epic like a month earlier, and then we needed a new fusion because you have to have one a month. So we went legendary fusion into legendary fusion. It feels quite rushed this time, so it feels a little bit more strained. So I don't know. And Lua, that's the language. Thanks, Hidesol. That's the language they use to do add-ons, is Lua. You've been a software engineer for years now. I use 10 to 20% of my degree in my career. Exactly. So when I've obviously done a philosophy postgrad now, a philosophy masters. I actually could have done a master's in computer engineering or computer development, but it was like 6 years, and I just felt by the time I finished that master's, I'm gonna have to relearn everything anyway, because computers move, like development moves too quickly. 6 years is such a long time. That's why I did the philosophy, because it was only 2 years. So this is my ninja. He is built for boss killing. So he's fast, high resistance, high accuracy. He's designed to be able to solo bosses to the end. So that's why there's no crit rate, there's no budget. He's also in relentless, which is quite a tough build. I could potentially get this better now. I'd like more refresh on him eventually as well, so we get more of those A2s. Like, I could look to get like one of these rings on him instead of the counter attack. But again, I need defensive stats when we do it. You know, he's in a crit damage amulet because it's an accuracy. We could change it to this one now. It probably would be better. If that rolls accuracy and resistance, it's really good. It's really good. So I could potentially swap that piece. Because I lose a bit of accuracy, but I gain a bit of... So I lose a lot of accuracy, but I gain more resistance, which means I could rebalance it somewhere else. Because I don't really need the crit damage. But yeah, that's the ninja build. No, Stiko, if you think about it, what you got to remember, this is a traditional fusion, which means you can summon the epic or rare if you're going for the summons. Now, the odds of you getting the epic is quite low, but the rare is not so bad. Whereas the Brogni fusion was a fragment into a fusion, so you couldn't summon any of the epics. So if you did miss one of the events, that was it. You can't. There was no avenue back into to collecting it. So the model of fusion epic into traditional fusion is the harder one because there's no chance of catch up. What's the use for Manaya now? If you have Coronar, that's her use. I do have a Manaya. She's actually quite solid for Hydra, believe it or not, because she does have block buffs. Not block buffs. Where's the block buffs? I'm sure she has a block buffs. Does she not have a block buffs anymore? I thought she did. What was it I was thinking she was good for? I can't remember, but she's a very strong healer, but she is designed to be paired with Coronar. If you have Coronar, great. Otherwise, she's useless. Yeah, I can show you the Phoenix build quickly, and then we need to do the Hydra build before I go to sleep, because we still got to get that done. I'm going to do the last Hydra. I want to get it out of the way. That's the Phoenix build. By the way, guys, if you ever want any of my builds, I have a live link here. Feel free, if you want to access any of all my champions are all in Optimizer. You can all look at it and all do everything. So, I've been working as a software engineer for 6 years at a Fortune 250 company, but I definitely use what I learned. Not sure where you guys went to school, but get a refund. I think it swings in roundabouts, right? You will learn the like how to code, right? But I think you learn better by doing it yourself. I don't think the education is as rewarding as learning it yourself when it comes to computer development, because you learn how to solve problems better. Whereas when you learn from a book or from a lecture, you kind of know how to do something the right way, but when something doesn't work the right way, you're then almost like, I've got to learn how to adapt. And I don't think you get as much benefit from an education from that. That's my understanding. That's my belief anyway. And I've done a lot of academic stuff. I've got a master's, I've got an undergraduate degree, I've done Brick University, I've done long distance, I did college, I did school, I've done every form of education you can think of. And that was my understanding with coding. I learned more by doing it myself, by trying to do projects myself, than I would have if I'd gone to university and followed a book in a specific model. That's not to say that there isn't any value in doing things like Udemy courses online or following tutorials online. That I 100% recommend. But you're doing it based on I want to build this, I want to do this, I want to achieve that, which is a bit different. I'm so glad, though, that I've finished with education now for a very long time. I don't think I can cope with doing any more degrees or anything else like that. Look at my clan here, like, rocking crazy speeds. This is crazy, like, look at them. Geomancers everywhere. I'm happy with my team there. Pretty good. Right, Hydra team. Hard team. This one's a bit more traditional. Bit whaley, I'll be honest. This is very whale heavy. We do this. Geomancer. We bring a husk. Who's my... I always forget who the last person is here. Oh, Lydia. That's the team here. Any advice is, I've seen Vouch on the counter-attack set, would you recommend? So the problem you're going to have with Phenax is keeping him alive. I personally think if you're using him in arena, you have to go lethal, savage, or lethal, so lethal or savage with a cruel set. I think the ignore defense is too valuable. So that's what I believe. So I would 100% suggest that you build him that way if you want for arena. He's good in a counter-attack set, but you're probably better off just bringing a counter-attack if you've got someone like a Valkyrie or a Martyr or something like that. But I don't think he needs to be in counter-attack. You can build him faster and he just A1s everyone to death. I use him a lot in arena as a, pick the win condition and kill it. A bit like what I was explaining earlier with Aileel, where you want that A2 to kill someone. With Phenax, you basically pick a target with the A1, you block revive, you've won the game. Because they can't do anything. Normally it's like you pick a Candrophon, he's dead. You pick a Hefrak, it's dead. You pick something else that it can kill through so much because it's so strong. You pick it, you block revive, you win. That's how I use my Phenax. Snake Track isn't built, unfortunately. Defiance, that's a great idea. And if I was a sensible human being, I would do exactly that. But I am a terrible human being. I forget to do it every single time. And then I go back and I forget and I have to remember. It's just my silly thing. So. What I would say, Caleb, is if you don't do a degree, you more likely make mistakes along the way. Like I've made a lot of coding mistakes in my time that I've learned from because I didn't have a degree. Whereas you probably skipped a lot of those mistakes because you got taught the right way, right? So there's pros and cons, I think is what I'm, in my head is what I'm thinking. There's pros and cons to everything. But I just prefer, in my kind of mindset, I prefer that I've learned it myself. I feel like I get more value. I've seen a new video of HH about new events. Do you have any sort of event ideas? Do you know what? Actually, this is a good question. And, we've got 126 people here. I want to throw this out there. So something that has been going around obviously a lot is, we're getting the same events. J-Gigs mentioned it earlier. I think it's a good thing to point. That we've had the same events now for 2 years. And the new events we get are basically the same events, but with a coin on top or a difficulty mode on top. Or like you do the events to get a different coin, but you're not actually getting anything new out of it. What kind of events would you guys want to see? Because I've actually thought about this, and I can see why we haven't had much diversity, because it's actually quite difficult to come up with new ideas. Like, different ideas, unique ideas. That's what I'm struggling with. Like, whatever you come up with, you always end up in a situation where it's like, run X dungeon X times. You love a quest system. What would you mean by a quest system, Halder? That's curious. I'm throwing out there as like not just from a player, but also from like a game dev kind of idea. Like, how would we put better tournaments or make or add some small sort of advancement? Because you've got a problem, right? You've got the issue of once you complete Doom Tower Hard and do Hydra, there's not much left for you to complete. So what do you focus on? Do you focus on Platinum? Well, the problem with Platinum Arena is unless you have very specific champions with very specific situations and you have the right blessings, you have right empowerment, it's actually quite hard to compete now. So you're facing a credit card situation and it's not content. I'd like a bingo event, do some weird stuff and get thick rewards. Okay. Missions equals quests, new PvP modes. I would love to see, at a minimum for the year of PvP, I would love to see dueling. Often at times I've been in Discord with people and they've been saying, oh, my Wither can survive. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure my Phenax can one-shot your Wither. I'd love to have the ability for us to have like clan dueling or some form of ability that I can pick someone and duel them to try and basically test better defenses so we actually get more informed decision making. Because often, unless you're in the plat arena, it's hard to find a specific person to fight them. I think that's a good idea. Run single sets for amounts of hours. Clan dueling. But it's just a question. I want to throw it out there to, like, we hear a lot of times people go, oh, well, we want better diversity. But when you actually think about it, how can you make a more diverse tournament structure? Because it's always going to invariably end up in some form of run this dungeon X amount of times, right? Limited time quests. What about a speed run? Finish a dungeon in limited rounds. Rewards depend from turns. 1 to 10 baht. Shit. Okay. So basically it's like a one-time run rather than a tournament where you have to compete with other people. You're competing with yourself to get a better reward. Challenge dungeons. I like that idea. It's a good idea. That's fine. Personally, as someone who saves silver, I like the hero path events. They include artifact hearts when I queue up some podcasts and do offline artifact level. I actually think the first hero path was terrible. I thought the trade-off was awful, but I liked the next two. I thought you had a good payoff in terms of one particular reward you wanted for the amount of effort you did, right? You could choose what you wanted from that reward, and I think that's important, giving players choice. I think the biggest problem we're seeing now about negativity is that players don't feel like they have a choice anymore. They just get given like a reward they didn't want. Whereas I think having choices is important. Random dungeons. I see, I feel like the idea of Doom Tower was meant to be this like procedurally auto-generated content which would change each time you hit a different way, so you'd have to think about it. But the way it ended up being was just like a, well, I've solved that now, I just run the same team again, which is not ideal. One thing I would really like are the events that take way longer than the usual few days. Yeah, like seasonal events. I don't know why we can't have like... I never understood the logic of Battle Pass was a failure. Like that kind of... You see how like Forge Pass is okay, but it's not what people really want. Because they want like better... Like the quests are kind of meaningless. But having like daily reasons to come into the game, I think is a lot of value. There's a lot of reason to do that. You attacked me, lost one, then one more to Duchess, Necret, Siffy. Oh, I attacked you, did I? I was probably just auto-farming if it was Classic Arena, because I don't generally pay much attention to Classic Arena now that I finished Great Hall. Sorry if I beat you, my bad. Like the deck of Fate, I reached 30k and it coincided with the mission to do 30k points for round 2. Did it for round 20. There, I mean, that's nice. I'm pretty sure those events aren't meant to work though, Mike. But it's bugged, right? 1 month event to work on consistently well compete fusion. Yeah, exactly, Dave. I actually thought when Heroes Path was going to come out, Dave, that it would be an overarching event, right? So you'd basically be doing the normal events alongside it, getting light coins and different things to do that event. I didn't expect the Heroes Path to be a short-term event where it's basically a layer of a layer. I thought that was a bit naff, really. I was surprised. I got 18,000 points on my deck of fates, and I actually came away with an epic book, which I thought was alright considering I put any effort into it. New limited time challenge, single faction, champion duos, most damage over the course of 3 battles, no champion reuse. That's a lot in one word, Caleb. Break that down. So new limited time champion, so I'm guessing you're thinking like featured dungeons for like a day. Single faction. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Champion duo. So what, you have to use 2 champions? Most total damage over the course of 3 battles. No champion reuse. Okay. Worst probability on events is a short duration. Yeah. Well, that's true. 1.6 million points. That's not bad silver conversion, because of course the pumpkins would sell for silver. I didn't think about that. They should have a true battle pass. I actually think the Forge Pass is not bad. I like the Forge Pass because at least the sets now are actually good sets, right? The Instinct set was rubbish, but the other sets are really good. So you get a lot of value. And I think as a new player, you also get a hell of a lot of value from those sets because it's actually access to high, like 6-star gear that you didn't have before. So I think it's actually solid gear. So I think the pack for $20 is one of the best deals you'll get in Raid for that price point. So you have a random pool of champions, 2 legendaries, 4 picks, 4 raids, and you create a team which needs to survive against random enemies. Reward depends on how many rounds you can survive. That's a great idea, Mateus. Basically like an endless wave type of mechanic. You need to build a team that can survive as long as possible. The longer you survive, you get rewards. I think that's a great idea. The only problem with all of these is they're not new events, but new game modes. I think that's a problem. Like, they bring out new game modes like Hydra, but they can't tie it to any new events. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm back in rotation with the Veil because we were waiting with the extension. We'll just do that for now. We'll do that, get the decreased attack out. Am I gonna... Kind of awkward. We have damage reduction out on everyone. I don't really want to use the enemy max HP, but he's going to get eaten soon. And then we're going to get the Veil. It's a bit awkward the way this has been set up. We need to wait on that. So I'll be back in the conversation in a second now, guys. I'm just trying to make sure this is set up correctly. At the moment, it's a bit awkward because all the fears are in the wrong place. Can I get that on you? Nice. Don't need provoke. Right, here's where it's going to be awkward now. I need to smack you for some damage. Pray for an extend. Please don't fear buff me. Right, that's good. Oh, damn it. I shouldn't have used the A3. I'm so an idiot. Okay, now we're in a bit of bother. Hopefully we're going to get enough burn damage out. Before this goes wrong. Now, the nice thing about this team that I've got here, I have 2 provokes that don't require attacking. So they work through the poison cloud, where a lot of them wouldn't. So that's nice. So I'm not too worried about the poison cloud. It's just, can I get enough damage out on this head before the consumption counter, which is looking a bit sketchy right now. Right, so where were we on this thing? Let me just catch up a little bit here. Not a tourney event, but maybe a Faction Wars lore mode might be cool, where you play some story bit with your battle, like in the intro story against peculiar enemies. Yeah, that could be cool. One of my... Now you lost first time, swap to Baron, and when just... Yeah, Baron kind of like nukes it. One of my gripes with Deck of Fates here is that they never any other events coinciding with them. Yeah, they're kind of like thrown in the middle. Like the Ice Golem tournament we got tomorrow. Just randomly appeared for no reason whatsoever. There's no like structure or concept to them. Whoa, chat's jumped a bit. I'm just trying to catch up. Got meaningful everywhere. Yeah, giving good rewards in an event. If this is the same event, at least it's good. But I like the new set for Defiance, Jeremy, the Defiance set, I think it's better than Stalwart the way it works, because I think it's going to add together. So you're going to get 45% damage reduction, not like 15 times 15 times 15. So it's going to be stronger than Stalwart. And it's a 2-piece, so it can slot in amongst other pieces. So I think it's really good. We could see Defiant and Bolster become the arena meta sets. Instinct is still trash pocket. 20%, unless that becomes 25%, I'll never use it. And to be honest, I would prefer it to be a 2-piece set for Instinct. If Instinct was a 2-piece set, speed plus 5% ignore defense, it gives HP and defense-based damage dealers an option that isn't cruel, because attack percentage is useless for them. Something like a champion draft, you get put into pool with X number of people and you pick champions one at a time, have separate sets of evacs. Okay, yeah, cool. Also, non-farmable sets will never be truly endgame unless Lady Luck smites on you. Yeah, but Stiko, I feel like you get an awful lot with 2 seasons. I've got a lot of good bolster pieces. You get 200 odd pieces at 5 to 6 star. That's a lot to process. That's a lot more than you would get farming If you had to farm that out of Fire Knight, you're talking 1,000 dungeon runs to get that many 5 to 6 star pieces that you might be able to roll. So I think you do get an awful lot out of the Forge Pass. I just wish we'd get more charms in the Forge Pass. Yeah, I was thinking about this also. It's hard to get away from the design events. Yeah, exactly. It's always ending up with just run it 5 times fast. Yeah, I think with the Forge Pass, there's lots of crap in it, but there's also lots of good things. You get some decent glyphs if you're an early game. You get lots of access to 5 to 6 star. You get some useless charms along the way. But you do get a lot of Magisteel as well. For someone like me, I don't do a lot of Classic Arena anymore. That Magisteel is actually quite useful. Who's that lizard-like champion? How many times does he hit? Look like 7. That one is Skull Lord Vargal, and he has a chance to keep attacking on the A1. It's a bit silly. He can go mental. Yeah, Mike, that's exactly it. Magisteel is the big perk. Yeah, you could have mini games. I think the problem is, no matter what they do, the current model doesn't support any new events. That seems to be what we're getting at here. Like, every idea we're coming up with is actually not a new event, it's a new game mode. Yeah, as I said, Instinct, unless they make Instinct a 2-piece set or it's 25% ignore defense, it'll never get used over Savage Lethal, and it's not worth the loss of speed from a 3 times, 2 speed sets. Right, we can get the burnout on him now. Get the provoke out here. We're still in a bit of a sketchy situation here for this run. I should just focus on this to make sure it gets back to normal. Please extend. Oh, it didn't. Right, we're back out. Soul Stones are straight. One thing I would say about Soul Stones now, I did a video before on like how long it would take us to get shards. They are putting shards, currency, coins in a lot of events. Yes, in replacement of rewards we might want, but at least we're getting a good substantial amounts of Mortal Soul Stones from events. More than you're getting from Iron Twins. It kind of makes a mockery of Iron Twins because basically you get more from just doing things like, you got like 750 from the Artifact Enhancement event. You get like 500 from the Arena event. You're getting more from just doing the tournaments than you do from Iron Twins. But at least we're getting a lot of them now. Necmo versus Lady Kimmy and Hydra. Necmo. Necmo is way stronger. Necmo is just nonsense. How to fix Hydra. Maybe it's easier than we think. Imagine every dead Hydra head increases the soul stones you receive once you kill 4. Open up all factions for week and give rewards based on the number of stars. Run campaign events. Yeah, running campaign could be interesting. I feel like what I liked about Ace, I don't know if you ever played Ace, Awakened Chaos era. The campaign still had relevancy for glyphing in that way. You had to run the campaign to get glyphs. And we do run campaign in this game, but only for champion training. It doesn't feel like the campaign has any relevance outside of that. So it'd be nice that we had like some reason to run campaign again, I guess. I love your idea of RSL dust, by the way. Yeah, I agree. I think what we need, Danda, is a universal currency that can make other game modes that are no longer like the current still mean something. Because right now, we have so many game modes that are getting forgotten because I've either completed them or not. I also think it's a big mistake they haven't made another Doom Tower boss. I think Doom Tower was a very good model for creating new content on a regular basis that we had to deal with. And you can change up the rotations. You didn't need to be limited with 3. You could have 6 or 7. Look at Hydra, we've got 6 or 7 different rotations. Creates different challenges, right? Battle Royale tournament where you select your best champion and face 50 other players. I think there's a good model for like Protect the Fort type of game mode. That game mode where you basically have to try and last as long as possible. That could be quite cool. Build your champions in a different way, right? Because you now need to take into account regeneration might be important. You need to be healing more. You might need some other ways. I think that's a really good idea. Hefrak is built in Instinct, but mainly because I didn't have Savage gear. Yeah, so there's an option. That's what I'm saying, right? The good thing with Forge Pass, it gives you access to high quality gear. Sometimes it can be better than what you've got. I've got a triple instinct speed roll. Now trying to get that in Dragon is like 10,000 runs. But because I can forge it, I can get a better chance at higher rarity. It makes a big difference. I agree, Dave. I don't understand why we can't get coins and essences from twins together. Why? I don't understand. I agree, Pocket. Twins should be the best place to get it, and it's not the best place to get it. I don't need to provoke. A 3-piece? I don't think we have a 3-piece. Be interesting if we did. But you know, that's the thing, Dander, right? I think if you look at what's missing, Cruel gives you an attack percentage with Ignore Defense. That's useless really for a defense-based or a HP-based damage dealer. However, I might want to run Savage or Lethal alongside more Ignore Defense. So why not give me a set that gives me 5% Ignore Defense with another stat that isn't useless for my damage dealer? It's just, it seems like it's logical to me. It would make sense then because you've actually got a set which adds value to a subset of champions. That would go from like a B tier, C tier where it's at now, right to an S tier. Because if I can give my damage dealer 12% more speed from 5% more Ignore Defense, I will always pick that. That's a better damage build. But I'm never going to sacrifice speed for Ignore Defense. Because if I'm picking speed, I'm more often than not not doing damage. And I'm never going to sacrifice Ignore Defense for speed. Because if I want Ignore Defense, I want more damage. So there's no world where I'd pick Instinct over Savage or Cruel or 3x3 speed. Unless I unless I didn't have the sets, right? Unless you're in a situation where you don't have Savage or Cruel. So I think they should bring in Brutal Doom Tower. I think you can scale it safely now that, you know, I think also we need like a new tier for Clan Boss. There's so many teams now that can hit 100 million. I'd love to have a 120 million Clan Boss, 1 key. If you have to give me an extra Clan Boss a day, why not? Like, if you want to give me something unique in that set, fine. But give me, like, it's so easy to 1 key Clan Boss for a good account now. Like, I could 1 key Clan Boss with 4 champions if I wanted to. It would be easy enough because of Blessings and Awakenings. Dave, they just need to increase the coins from Iron Twins. Make it so that a Void Day is the same rate for every other day. And then Iron Twins is fine. What about a limited time event? Some sort of super clan boss having like 10 trillion HP wall. Yeah, you could have like a monthly clan boss. That's what I'm saying. There's options. The only problem is what we're doing is we're going back to what I was saying before. We're not creating new events, are we? We're creating new content game modes. So it's kind of like, are they actually, is the reason why we don't have more event game modes because they can't? There isn't a one. There isn't a mode we can generate to actually isn't just like run dungeon X times. Maybe. Also, forging it together would be great, like sacrificing 10 pieces from all epics and get, yeah. Yeah. Sometimes it feels like they always have the brand new person designing the new gear, like the most. I mean, Dander, do we want to look at all the coding they've done lately? Do we really? We fixed Fortis by changing a character. It no longer multiplies, it adds. It's all fixed, guys. We know what we're doing. Not. Or, hey guys, Deterrence 100% works with Polymorph. It took me 5 seconds to realize it doesn't. 5 seconds. Like, I'm actually having to educate their developers. I don't think it's the developers. I think it's the community managers. God, well, the developers have definitely told me this. I'm like, well, the developers are wrong then. Because I'm looking at it, and Polymorph isn't a debuff. It's an instant effect into a guaranteed debuff. So therefore, how can you increase the odds of an instant effect? You cannot. It doesn't work like that. It's basic, fundamental understanding of your game code. Yeah, rank and rarity charms. Like, you give me the opportunity to craft like 100 or 205 rank 5 to rank 6, but I get 20 rank rarity charms. What the hell is that? He's giving me 50. I don't really care for the substat charms because the substat charms are awful. I think they play it. Like, to give Plarium credit, I think Jay Giggs was a little bit harsh where he said they don't care about players. I think they do. I think the problem is that the way that things transfer between departments messes up the goal, right? So when the developers come up with a new idea, it goes to marketing. Marketing go, how can we make money off of it? And they monetize it, which is absolutely fine, by the way. I have no problems with the monetization model of Plarium because, you know, you can play this game completely free to play. Now, do you want to compete free to play? That's going to be harder. But if you want to access all the content, do all the different things, like, people undervalue how much they get for free to play from this game. Nothing in this game has a paywall other than Plat Arena. And even some people can compete in Plat Arena if you get lucky with the right shots. Yes, you speed up your game a lot if you have money to spend. Yes, some things you might have to give up early game if you haven't got money. But ultimately, it's not like Diablo Immortal where you literally couldn't use a specific currency because it was paywalled. Like, you couldn't get Immortal Stones from Diablo Immortal without paying money. Nothing in this game is like that. You get a lot of advanced daily refreshes. You get like 600, 700 energies a day. Yes, okay, they're adding more systems into the game that you have to use your energy for. What I'm trying to kind of say is, I think they do care about their player base to some extent, but I think when it gets mixed between the different departments, shareholders' requirements, all these different things, and they're also still trying to deliver KPIs, war-torn country for a lot of them, I think to give them some credit, I think they do care. I just think sometimes they're a bit ignorant and a bit there's too much pride there to accept feedback. To accept that, hey, maybe us as players know more than they do. I think that's a big thing. Danda, I think the problem isn't that the code is complex. I think it's inconsistent. The code is pretty straightforward. The problem is they apply it inconsistently. There you go, Mark. That's a great example. So obviously it's champion specific. Like, I couldn't do plat because I don't have neck rep. I could probably hit like low plat, to be fair, if I tried really hard. But I don't have neck rep the great, so it's really hard. I don't have Kaimar, I don't have Siphi, I don't have Rotus, I don't have Warlord, I don't have any of the meta champions. It's a real problem. Agreed, Danda. I think the profit model's fine. I think sometimes they push the boundaries too much in terms of how they try and get money. Like, lightning offers should be in the game. I think offering more money for packs as you grow is still bad. I still think they should offer cheaper packs for players because sometimes you don't want to spend a lot of money, but you're only given that option to spend more money. Is it worth investing in the gem mine? If you're going to play long term, the gem mine is very, very profitable. You should definitely do it. Like, if you're going to play more than 150 days, the gem mine's amazing. Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of players, and I've seen this a lot, and this is why I wanted to start a new account, is to kind of show people that Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss should be the first thing you ever do in this game. Beyond completing campaign, beyond completing dungeons. Like, dungeons don't matter. The first thing you should do in this game is get Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss, even if you have to fork-eat, even if you sacrifice your arena team, because the rewards you get from Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss are so high. I just made the cardinal sin of attacking the Torment Head with my Duchess. That was awful. Well, they do have a counter State Go, but the counter is normally another Void Legendary. You can counter Necret, and you can counter Yumiko if you have a Siphi that's going really fast, or if you have a Baron that does a lot of damage, right? The counter is normally more spending. Complexity as in there's so many features in there, one person can't hold all of it. Yeah, and I think you have the age-old classic problem of what you get with development cycles in MMOs, right? You release a new expansion, it's got a new endgame mode. Cool, that's awesome. We play that for 6 months, then we release a new expansion. We want to make something new, so we make another endgame mode. That's cool, so you're playing that. And then you release another expansion, you release another endgame mode. We've forgotten about the first one. but it's still in the game. It's still there. It's out of date. You know, so we have that problem in Raid at the moment. It's like, you know, you've got the Great Hall. Great Hall's great. It's a good idea. But for most players who have been playing 2+ years, their Great Hall's finished. What do I do now? Well, Classic Arena has no purpose. Now, they've acknowledged they need to fix it, but they haven't actually got to it in time. They've forgotten about that content because they moved on to Doom Tower. They moved on to Hydra. They moved on to 3v3. And it's a classic problem you see in a lot of MMOs. Like, I play Lord of the Rings Online. They've got things like skirmishes that got forgotten and brought back. Then they had big battles that got forgotten and brought back. Then we had, like, new mission modes, and then you have a delving system. So they always constantly bring in loads of new systems. There's a hobby system they've had and they forgot about it. I think it's a classic problem. Well, the problem here, Shen, is if you're going to bring a counter to Warlord, it has to be reliable. There's so many unreliable things in Arena. If it's not reliable, it's useless. And that was the problem with Glazea. It wasn't quite reliable enough, so it's useless. And it's the same thing with Aileel. Because he doesn't quite kill someone, he's useless. Because you can't do debuffs, Fortis is useless. It's like there's not much variability within the Arena meta because the RNG you already have is already toxic. Yeah, like, cool, come on, like, let's have an example. How the hell did development give a video idea, or someone gave a video idea to marketing, they scripted it all, then they developed a video, then gave it to a voice actor, then released that video, and nobody realized that they had the crit damage buff the wrong number? Like, how? It's like a number, it's a basic fundamental thing. You check the accuracy of your content. If I release video content out there and it's wrong, like, that's a cardinal sin for me. And for them to actually release something as basic as the number of critical damage multiplier, and I would say not even explain the difference between additive and multiplicative, because they are completely different the way that they work, the buff for crit damage versus the debuff for crit damage. I was just sitting there, I was thinking, this is like fundamentally flawed. It's a basic problem. You can't even get that right, and you're releasing the content on it, and you're not even correcting yourself. It's a bit of an issue. The good news is we've one-keyed this as well, whilst we were talking and chatting and discussing the problems of the game design of Raid. Yeah, Mike, so that's my idea with the Dust vendor. I'll go through it now and explain briefly. What is the cap? It's like 21.4 million for this, isn't there? Let's just hit 22 to be safe. Are we there? 22, there we go. End battle. Hydra is done for another week. I'll get more disappointment with Soul Stones. Geomancer's a king. Husk is secondary. If I actually put War Master on some of these, it would be quicker. There we go. My clan's killed all three already, so I don't need to go too hard. Nice. So my idea for the Dust Vendor is we basically scrap medals completely. We scrap gold bars completely. Get rid of these. We get rid of that Bazaar. I also think we scrap Clan Gold. I know it's relatively new, but I would scrap Clan Gold. I would make a dust material. All of this gets combined into a single one. When I run secret rooms, I get dust. When I run arena, I get dust. When I run 3v3, I get dust. The amount I get is scaled based on my level, right? If I'm in Gold 5, I'll get more for being in the top tier than I will in the lower tier, like you do with medals. Instead of having a kind of barriered approach where it's like you need silver medals to upgrade at a certain point, you need gold medals, just make it one currency, but scale it based on the quantity. So it takes the same amount of effort to get to a 10 out of 10. You're just not having them hard capped by the fact that they're not in gold, so therefore they can't get any medals towards achieving it. And the same thing with the 3v3 Bazaar. Don't cap me from being able to buy anything up here. Just cap it based on how much I've got. So if I earn twice as much dust from being in gold 5, or gold 4, or gold 3, that means I'm going to get more of these more often. I don't need the actual gating of the tier on top of that. Then what we do is we replace this market with a black market, like a Bazaar. And we have 3 tabs. We have champion-based tabs, we have resources-based tabs, and then we have like a premium tab, right? So in the champion one, it could be shards, it could be generic champion fragments, it could even be champion fragments you've already got. you could trade it in for something else. You could even have all the Doom Tower epics in there. So instead of you having a universal Doom Tower epic that you have to get in order, you go in there and you buy the fragments you want as you go, right? You can be working towards all of them at the same time if you want to, or one at a time. The second tab would have things like glyphs, forge materials. It would have things like brews, feasts, XP barrel, whatever I want to buy. Basically currencies that I get throughout it, potions for a better word. And then the third one then would have more premium stuff like legendary books. It could have chaos ore. It could have skins. You could have like unique champions in there if you want a one-time purchase. But what you're doing is you're going, okay, well, we released the 3v3 Bazaar. And maybe the 3v3 Bazaar started with like a special champion like, what's his face? Drexar. But now we don't have to go back and rework this content because you're going to keep getting currency. You're going to get that dust and you can spend that dust on things that are still relevant. Secret rooms. We don't have to go keep adding new champions to the secret room. There's not a problem. Now once you complete a secret room, you get dust and maybe some other material, like maybe some forge materials unique to each room. I don't have to keep adding champions because at the moment, we're at a deadline. In 2 months' time, there's no reason to do a secret room. We're now at a deadline in Classic Arena. Why do I even bother with Classic Arena? That's my weekly so far. That window is what will happen every single day. I do 5, I stop. Sometimes I might do a few more if there's a Classic Arena tournament so I can get the top, I stop. What's the point? It's not hard for me to stay in goal 5. Look how much someone has attacked me. Not an awful lot. So if you get these systems in place, when you release a new expansion like Hydra, now you reward dust alongside Hydra. You initially gave them Mithrala fragments, you take that away. Maybe you put that Mithrala champion in the bazaar, you get dust, you can spend it there. People are not going to hoard dust because as long as you make sure that there's a penalty for doing that, maybe you cap it. A lot of games will cap currency. You can only earn 10,000 of that currency before you have to spend it so that you can't keep hoarding it. Just do that with dust. It's transactional. People will spend it. Give them what they want. Do that and you've got a no problem. That is the end of my dev diary for the day. That's what I would suggest that they do. So, where are we at? Someone asked me where I was at with the fusion earlier. This is where I'm at. My Towery Elves are training. They're all learning bit by bit. Actually, I should be able to get those level 49s up to... Where are they? Let's just throw in some 1 stars for these, get them up to 40. I don't think it's more rewards, Stico, to be honest. I think it's just move the rewards around, right? I'm saying scrap the clan gold and bazaar, make 1 market. You can still have it unlock based on clan level tiers. Maybe you have like a clan tab, like rewards in the bazaar for the clan tab, right? But at least that way you centralize things and you just make it better. Whereas I think right now they're all separated and they've all got like time sensitive things. Pretty good probably because they're easy to do. So you've got to remember. People will still do it. I'd be surprised if the gem KPI is very high on it. But again, keep in mind, they don't want you doing Iron Twins, right? What you got to remember about Blessings and Awakenings, they don't want you doing Iron Twins. What they want you to do, have I got one? I don't think there's one here, is buy the souls. So they don't want you to farm the souls, they want you to buy the souls. So they're not too worried about how much Iron Twins is happening. Like, who would buy that? That is a total waste of a pack, isn't it? 4 barrels and 2 feasts. I've only ever used barrels when I went for Kyoku. Agreed, Dandy. If I've got like 20,000 fragments, let me just buy Drexar. He's not a game changer. Like, he's not going to break the game for me. Yeah, I agree, Hershen. There's no need to basically cap me if I'm not in gold, right? You're already capping gold based on player quantity, right? So there's only a certain number of people that can claim these rewards. And then you're basically saying, I might be, like, if I'm in bronze, I could have 20,000 gold bars. What do I spend that on? Bit of energy, nice. That's once a week. I'll earn that back in a week. An ancient shard, cool. A substat charm maybe, nothing else. Most of the silver is pretty naff. I only bought the void because I needed it for the guaranteed, but I don't buy the epic tome, I don't buy the accessory because the odds are too low. So really you want the gold tier. So it's unfair to basically let people sit in bronze with 20,000 gold bars just because they can't or don't want to compete that high. You cap how much they can get rewards based on how many gold bars they can earn, not what tier you're in. Because you're just making it too complicated. I'm going to the dark pack in 3 minutes here. I'm so glad this pack is going away. I'm forever tired of seeing this pack. I know it's not terrible, but I'm not spending £90. But like 2 weeks of seeing this one thing, it's driving me up the wall. This is a pretty good pack, but the only problem is I don't need the Demon Lord keys. I don't need the Classic Arena tokens anymore. And the XP boost, I've got like, I don't know, 22 weeks. So it's actually kind of useless, but it's not. It's a pretty good pack overall. It's not a bad pack if you want books. That's useless, you'd never buy it. It's actually, this one's not too bad if you want the void shards. I think it's okay. I guess if you want shards, that's pretty good. But again, like, if you think for the monthly pack, we get 2 sacreds, 4 voids, and like 12 ancients, but we get 1,000 gems, and those gems are energy. I wouldn't buy that. Oh, I forgot to claim my gems. Oh wait, it's midnight. I can't get over the times have changed in the UK. Ninja 2-star. If only. Delver 2-star could be interesting for more attack. But anyway, guys, it is midnight. I've lost track of time. I said I was going to start cutting my stream short a bit more. But I haven't been, which is really bad of me. So I need to watch the timings on it a little bit, but it's all good. I hope you all guys had a good time. Hope you answered some questions. What is that Spooktastic pack? Yeah, this is a player and play only. It's like a 7-day pack. It's a bit like the player and play only ones. So you get like 1 a day. It's all right, I think. £54, you get 16 void shards. I think it's normally like 24 voids for 59.99 or something like that. So you're getting like rank 5 chickens, lots of energy refills, multi-battles. So it's okay, I think, actually. It's okay. It's okay. So I probably, just as a heads up, everyone, now obviously it's not going to be raid. There are new world, fresh start servers starting on Wednesday. So I might be streaming Wednesday instead of Thursday this week, or both, depending on how the week goes and how busy I am. But we will be playing a bit of New World this week. Fiction's going to be playing it, and a couple of the members are going to be playing it. And they have updated the game a lot, so it'd be good to see, since I last played it, which was at launch, how much better it is. Whether or not I can stick to it or not, it won't be a current thing. It'll be a one-off kind of special stream because it is going live. We could end up in a queue, so we might not end up streaming it at all, and we might just play a bit of raid or something. But yeah, that'll be like Wednesday, I think. So that should be quite cool. But until then, guys, I'm going to press my new fancy little button so that we can go to the ending thing now that I've got that, and I'll catch you in the next stream. Thanks for hanging out.